be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. This Parliament now convenes. All right, good morning to the honorable members of this House. And I extend a good morning to those in the gallery. I want to begin by saying we would like folks who carry in mobile phones to ensure that those phones are either turned off or are on vibrate. Please do. I don't want to have the police escort you out of this chamber. Please do. The proceedings in Parliament is recorded. So we don't want to hear the shrills of the phone in the recording. We want to hear the members speaking. So if you happen to have a mobile phone, please put it on vibrate or turn it off. Today we continue the presentation of the various members of the House of Parliament with respect to their contribution to this year's budget debate. Yesterday we had 7 presentations. 7, I think, yeah. And from my own observation, I think there were spirited presentations and delivery. I saw very cordial exchange across the floor, very friendly. And I expect, as we debate and discuss the nation's business, that level of camaraderie will continue. So today we hope to hear the contributions of the other 8 members who are yet to present. I now invite the Honorable MP for St. George Northeast to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise today to support yet another critical national budget for the development under the National Democratic Congress administration. Mr. Speaker, as Grenada continues to grow and evolve as a nation, and as we concluded the celebrations of our 50th independence anniversary last year, I take pride in the theme chosen and presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Honorable Member for St. Patrick East, Honorable Dennis Cornwall, for Budget 2025, appropriately worded towards Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising. The theme answers the progressive question of what type of Grenada we met and what type and kind do we seek for the future. We envision a Grenada that is not just reactive but proactive in the face of challenges. A Grenada that equitably distributes its resources and wealth, ensuring the prosperity of all its citizens. A Grenada that upholds the principles of freedom and democracy. A Grenada, Mr. Speaker, that is self-sufficient and self-reliant in its operation. So notwithstanding the devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl, particularly to our offshore islands and the northern parts of Grenada, severe droughts, bushfires, major flooding, and severe land slippages we witnessed in 2024, no challenge was too great for this administration to face. We remain steadfast in our commitment to recovery and building resilience for our country. So, Mr. Speaker, we look ahead with great anticipation to implementing this wonderful budget as we continue to move Grenada forward. Now, this morning I will spend some time, Mr. Speaker, linking the two budgets that we have produced thus far in the term, speaking to a post-burial era, and showing the progression among these critical sectors, namely education, the economy, disaster management, how it relates to the Northeast, Carriacou Petit Martinique, specific to burial. However, I want to start off by promoting the development of the lovely constituency of St. George Northeast. By first thanking the beautiful people of my constituency for their continued support, advice, and even their complaints and criticisms, all aiding in my ability to get the job done. As Member of Parliament, I can report steady strides in this regard. Today we have seen an exponential rise in support for young people in education and sports, a testament to our collective investment in the future of the Northeast. Small business support and community building activities are at the levels they ought to be for any serious constituency development program. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, has seen a vast improvement, not just in the quality, but also in a strategic reason for its creation, why we are doing it. Our flood mitigation focus for 2024, for example, is built on the premise to improve the resilience and sustainability of infrastructure. So we're not just building something for the sake of it, we are ensuring that it is done, Mr. Speaker, with high quality, but purpose for doing it is certainly clear. Mr. Speaker, so we've been able to complete and commence many of those infrastructure projects. There were a total of 38 infrastructure projects started last year up until now throughout the entire Northeast. And there could be more. I'm just using the minimal figure simply because, footpaths, some of the smaller roads and so on, I'm not really counting that in the amount of infrastructure projects that we were able to lead off. But certainly some of the larger ones, we completed and started 11 projects before Hurricane Beryl and 26 afterwards. This was made possible, Mr. Speaker, through my own negotiations and interventions with the Ministry of Infrastructure, Community Development, and ever hard-working Ministry of MIT. Mr. Speaker, two ongoing projects that were critical, that I am very proud of, to being done since over the last 30 years. And I speak specific to the Tempe Bridge Expansion Project by LA Law and the storm drain, now with a pedestrian walk by Choice Bakery in Tempe's entrance. That's by the roundabout right there. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, 30 years the people have been clamoring, and now it is finally being done. Again, another testament to our commitment to fulfilling our promises. Regarding our social and community development agenda, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report in the Northeast that we have implemented over $500,000 worth of community development programs and projects in collaboration with the Ministry of Social and Community Development. Successfully did that. They include, but are not limited to, the introduction of an annual St. George Northeast Food Festival. We introduced a hydroponics training program at the Boca Secondary School. We have assisted several small businesses and provided and supported the creation of new ones throughout the constituency. We have supported all public schools throughout the Northeast, meeting almost every request, and have already completed plans to expand the support in 2025. And that support, Mr. Speaker, is going to be extended to the large number of private schools. And probably while I'm talking about schools, it's important for me to acknowledge the many students here. Young men, young women, one day Some, or if not all of you, should be proud to stand in the halls of our parliament, Grenada's parliament, and represent your various constituencies with pleasure and represent them with pride, serving your country and your constituency. Mr. Speaker, training opportunities for scores of people across the board. We are watching color. We're making sure that we help everybody. 1-1 cocoa fills a basket. Building material assistance and more. And Mr. Speaker, in 2023, I first reported to this House about a pilot that we started in the Northeast with the Foundation Builders Educational Center. And I have the report completed from the pilot. It has been 1 year plus since. And with your leave, I would just like to read just some parts of it. I can make the report available to the House if necessary. And it starts, Mr. Speaker, by identifying that we have been able to assess 32 students ranging from ages 7 to 12 years old. They come from grades 2 to 6. Our assessments have revealed the following profiles. 1, underdeveloped auditory and visual sequential memory skills in each student assessed. Retarded phonemic awareness and sequencing ability in each student assessed. Reasonable sound blending skills in most students. Very poor ability to spell words in most assessed students. Satisfactory vocabulary levels in most students. Weak handwriting skills. Very poor writing skills evident in weak fluency of thought. Very poor sentence structure. Weak imagery for comprehension and writing. It's important, Mr. Speaker, because this is an intervention program which we help supported at the level of the constituency, and it was piloted at the St. Paul's Government School. And so 32 students have been able to be assessed of all of these challenges, and there are some success stories 1 year and some months after coming out of this program. Mr. Speaker, all of the above, based on the report, is known and to be associated with a specific learning disorder known as dyslexia. However, we have also identified traits of additional disorders among some of the students assessed to this point. DLD, developmental language disorders, including difficulties with expression or expressive language and language retrieval. Speech impediment, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, autism, weak auditory expressions, suspected intermittent hearing loss or hearing difficulties, very poor vision. So, Mr. Speaker, this intervention was able to identify some of the impediments that students are facing when they have to go to our public schools and receive their education. And it is something, Mr. Speaker, that is important because it adds, and I'm going to talk about this report later when I present on the Ministry of Education, Vote 40, because it adds to what this administration is doing from all levels of and stages of education to be able to treat with matters. Another 110 homes were repaired in the area of housing, and 70 new homes were constructed through a combination of the Ministry of Housing and MIT. We have commenced the WASH program in the Northeast, Mr. Speaker, and will complete the first facility in the lovely community of Willis. In Boca and Ravine, we have begun the construction of several homes, including Build Back Better homes, post-Hurricane Beryl. A total of 9 homes post-Hurricane Beryl were identified through the assessments carried out by the Ministry of Economic Development and Housing. Mr. Speaker, all of this could not have been possible without my staff at the MP's office. And I want to place on record and express my heartfelt gratitude to some of them who are here this morning, in particular Karina and Dolores, my community liaison officer, my ever versatile and reliable housing officers. They are very, very reliable, Mr. Speaker, and my seed officer. None of the work that we are doing in the Northeast could not be possible without them. Mr. Speaker, I want to also place on record that one of the things that I have done as Member of Parliament was to put in place a management team to manage the affairs of the constituency. So I am treating my constituency as a ministry. And so My management team is headed by Brother Ralph James. I want to place on record thanks to him and others. And I have an infrastructure volunteer advisor, Mr. Neville Bain. Thank you, sir, for your unwavering support and confidence in my ability to lead the revolution in the Northeast. No one, Mr. Speaker, is ever turned away when they come to our office. We help everyone, no matter what your affiliation might be. So I see a constituency and not just an individual as I continue to serve. Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention that the Bible teaches us as a good book. Jesus healed the sick, he caused the blind to see, he turned water into wine, he raised the dead, and when the time came, they still crucified him. And so, I am not Jesus Christ, and I'm making the point to say that we ought not to believe some of the rhetoric that we hear that in 2.5 years, a young man could be able to fix and change all of the problems that he inherited in the lovely constituency of St. George Northeast. So patience is indeed a virtue. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now my attention to education, as mentioned, Vote 40. And I want to spend some time showing the linkage between what we met and did and what we are doing now to reform the curriculum and correct some of the systemic problems in the sector. I know we heard yesterday this outcry about we close down Imani program and with this and with that. So I want to give some facts this morning because yesterday was just a lot of fluff and old talk and had really no substance in terms of the evidence to what they are criticizing. So the former administration, Mr. Speaker, received a report from the UNDP in January of 2021, right? It read, and just permit me, now the report, Mr. Speaker, is available online, it's widely publicized, and the former administration certainly had it, because I did see correspondence when they got the report and how they shared it around. So I know for a fact that they had it, so nobody could say that they were not in possession. So, if you'd permit me, Mr. Speaker, would you leave to just read some excerpts from it. This independent technical review assesses and makes recommendations on the main bottlenecks and possible solutions for a successful transition from the current vocational training systems and curricula, as well as other education levels to the current and future labor market needs in Grenada, with particular focus on the blue economy. The title of the report is Transition from Education to Employment in Grenada. The same report also said that the Imani program, while it claims to place 40% of its graduates in the private sector, a significant majority, 60%, are placed as trainees in the public sector. And at the time, given the shrinking public sector and limited permanent employment opportunities that existed through the attrition policy of former administration, it presented a challenge for Imani trainees seeking long-term employment. So they were there in perpetual. Mind you, the numbers from the assessment, Mr. Speaker, came from the ministry itself, even without a professional audit of the program being done. So those numbers may have been far worse than probably what was reported. The report, Mr. Speaker, went on to say, despite the program's efforts, employers remain hesitant to hire Imani graduates without guarantees of a return on investment. This is due to concerns about trainees leaving after training, dropping out of the program, or the potential risk of investing in employees who may not be as skilled as they require. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it said, there are concerns about deadweight losses, employees receiving stipends they would have paid for anyway, creaming, only the most deserving benefiting when others might have been sufficient, and substitution, the critical one, employers replacing full-time workers with trainees. So here we see, Mr. Speaker, this UNDP report exposed the former administration and their deception. When they instituted that question of the structural adjustment program, the component which dealt with the the word just slipped my mind there, with the labor, which dealt with the, you help me there, the attrition policy. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the attrition policy. Yeah, this morning, Mr. Speaker, just forgive me. You know, when I get up early and you went and sleep late, you're kind of slow, so. But I'll make it. So, the attrition policy. Now, the reason why the former administration instituted the attrition policy, they could not afford to pay the workers. So when you hear all this glorious talk about we had a plan to pay pension and it would not have been where it was deducted and blah, 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 that is just old talk, Mr. Speaker. The attrition policy was coinciding with the Imani program. That was their aim and intent. What they were doing was to take the unskilled young people, exploit them in terms of the wages that they would pay to them, and have them doing government work for next to nothing. They would not have had to pay them a pension. They would not have had to pay them gratuities. They would not have had to take care of them if, for some reason, they get sick. Because under the former administration, women, for example, once they were under the program and they got pregnant, they were removed forthwith. Imagine that. When we came in, we changed that policy one time. It was brought forward by your managers. We changed that policy one time. And so, Mr. Speaker, that was the intent. So when you hear the talk about this whole question of the young people was so happy and we crushed program and we this and that, how come they didn't vote for you? How come they didn't support you to stay into office to continue getting this pittance? As Baraka sang his glorious song, "We living in slavery," he eloquently, Mr. Speaker, described how the Imani program under the former administration was being used as a bondage on some of the young people, only as a machinery just to get vote. There was no true and definitive upward mobility. You couldn't really develop under that. And the few, Mr. Speaker, who had the mindset to develop was only a part of the few, not the majority. You know that for a fact. So, that was the situation we met. And Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we had to identify those gaps and the gray areas in the structure and reconcile it. Not by doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So you can't come and have a new administration and asking them to continue with this fly and this and that and so on. These programs, Mr. Speaker, only became relevant because we were not addressing the gaps that existed in our institutions and the weakness for them to be able to train our young men and women and turn them into productive citizens so that they can go out themselves and get a job. That was the issue. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand how the Imani program came to Grenada. I spoke to the English couple who gave it to the new National Party government. Originally, the concept was to have it as an agency to be able to find employment for unemployed young men and women, for whatever reason. The new National Party implemented this program under the now leader of His Majesty's opposition, as Minister of Youth then, and instituted this whole question of trainees for life. There was no clear pathway to employment, because what they sought to do, again, was to exploit the young people and keep them as vote mechanisms for them to win general elections. So don't come to this honorable house and talk about bring back Imani. We passed that. You're all in the past. The country moved forward on June 2022. So we started now to address the gaps as mentioned earlier on. So, Mr. Speaker, that issue of just taking someone off the streets, because I can tell you this, the Minister of Youth is here. One of the challenges with this program is, Mr. Speaker, that when somebody joins these programs, it is largely politically driven, right? if an MP goes in their constituency and somebody come and complain to them, they want a work and thing, they just grab them, place them there. But you know what the issue was? Taking someone who was unemployed and placing them in the program was not helping them. Because the reason was most were unemployed not because there was no work in them, but because, Mr. Speaker, they themselves at that level were unemployable. They were unemployable. So the issue was that you needed to get them employable before you could put them in any structured program, before you could tell them that they need to go for a work. And you had to be real and honest with them. So the program had to address that weakness, that gap, Mr. Speaker, but it did not. And therefore, we have identified it, and we are addressing it right now. So the fallout of that policy, Mr. Speaker, that we inherited was that the quality of the labor force was becoming more and more substandard because they were pumping the resources into Imani, 30 million. At one point, it reached almost $40 million being spent on the Imani program. And the question was, what was the return on such a major investment? They couldn't answer that. That, Mr. Speaker, ultimately led to low productivity levels. That was the problem. So this so-called flagship youth program really was nothing other than institutionalizing underemployment and unemployability. And that is a fact. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in the theme when we use the word resilient and Grenada rising, there are evidence openly in this budget which suggests that we are correcting these long-standing problems once and for all under, Mr. Speaker, the leadership of the National Democratic Congress and our Honorable Distinguished Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, member for St. David. Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment rate up until 2020 was at 39.5%. And by 2023, December, it fell to 22.8%. That, Mr. Speaker, is testament to why we needed to pivot. So they said no new Imani trainees were added. That is true. Even in the face of that, youth unemployment still fell. The reason why that is so is because we are now regularizing some of the Imanis. We are now regularizing some of the Imanis who are teachers. We are now regularizing them in the government service, giving them a honest work, not training for life. And that is the difference. And so the last budget, Mr. Speaker, that we presented completed the assessments on those gaps identified in the system. And this budget is now starting to address them, as mentioned. So we heard the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition mention, Mr. Speaker, that while she supports free tuition, etc., but we had to make sure that them children could come to school and so on. That's understandable. But, Mr. Speaker, you can't throw the baby out to the bathwater because 2% of our population may be struggling with this, and it's a genuine concern that we should not go and institute tuition free and boast about that because we should now focus on the 2% who can get transport to come to school. That does not make any sense. You can't run a country like that because you would not develop. And so what we are doing now is expanding e-testing. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Education last year, they were able to successfully introduce for all secondary schools to conduct online CSEC examination in 33 subjects, and 20 primary schools utilize e-testing for CPEA. Yes, this was piloted during COVID-19, but there are many flaws, meaning the concept, Mr. Speaker, of not coming to the classroom, online learning, etc. And so learning from those flaws under the previous administration, we are now able to correct some of these challenges without any COVID-19, without any challenge at the moment. And so it's going to help to reduce this question of the need to always come into a classroom and learn, because you can't, and if you can't afford it, you're missing class, you're thinking, and so on. We're going to find ways to correct that. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this administration is also piloting a transport initiative, a new transport initiative for students, free buses, and it will be piloted in St. David, stand to be corrected, and St. George parishes. This pilot, Mr. Speaker, will provide critical information on the whole question of the needs assessment of students who honestly and genuinely need some transportation assistance. And I can tell you this, that if you just observe the countryside, you will see that they have to track from a longer distance. And so if we are doing any serious school bus program, it must, in my view, Mr. Speaker, take shape in those areas. So starting it down here is going to get the critical information we need to help improve it. That's why it's called a pilot. I almost feel like a political rally, but I have to respect my honorable member for St. David, Mr. Speaker. Without him, we would not be here. Without his leadership and guidance, we would not have negotiated and passed through the dark times and period of post-Hurricane Beryl. So, Mr. Speaker, we are now expanding coding in schools. The Ministry of Education is doing so. There's a program called the Restore a Sense of ICANN, RSC, Tech Club. They are expanding coding programs from 7 to 17 schools, Mr. Speaker, with plans to add 4 more. This program is aligning with the focus to where the jobs are in the immediate circumstances, meaning, Mr. Speaker, we are looking to the future. So we don't need Project Fly. That is not sufficient. That's just a little program. We need to institutionalize and utilize the structures of our current institutions to build the capacity of our youth. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education is also currently engaged in curriculum development and reform. So you had the whole question of universal education. Universal education, Mr. Speaker, is being strengthened to ensure students transition to secondary education fully prepared. Now, let me tell you this. Last year, the Ministry of Education ensured that no child was kept back because of poor performance in CPA. But what was important about ensuring that they were not kept back was that it implemented a structure and mechanism to be able to address, as a remedial program, to address those students who did not meet sufficient standard almost immediately. So while they are in the process of now going into the secondary school, they, Mr. Speaker, will be able to go through a very rapid and technical remedial program to get them up to par. And that's important. In the past, it was just up, and out. But now, yes, you are transitioning to secondary school, irrespective of the performance, but you're also being assisted to get up to the level and standard directly that you should be. That, Mr. Speaker, is transformative. Mr. Speaker, as relates to infrastructure, over $550,000 was invested in major repairs at the MacDonald College Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, it was damaged after Hurricane Beryl, as you know. The government certainly put the money where its mouth was. Mr. Speaker, this administration instituted a school maintenance program. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the figure right now, but scores of schools all over the country were in deplorable conditions under the former administration. So when they talk about this whole talk, you met a pregnant treasury, they don't understand that they were looking silly too by saying you leave $500 million and you couldn't fix the schools in this country. And when we really dive into that, this talk about pregnant treasury, that doesn't exist now, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whoever said that, but I think that is a figment of their imagination. As per usual, make up stuff, and then you banter with that. Mr. Speaker, 9 schools in this budget, and this is the first time in the history of this country that 9 schools have been announced to be under construction and repaired. 9 schools. It's important because, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about education, we must agree that yes, the building by itself cannot fix the problems that we face. But Mr. Speaker, it goes a long way in making the working environment for our principals, our teachers, and our students more conducive for their learning. It goes a long way. This administration recognizes the improvement of the quality of education, both from a curriculum standpoint and also from an infrastructure standpoint. Mr. Speaker, if we now turn to the question of regularization, again, tied into the whole question of improving the infrastructure, we are regularizing teachers in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Yes, believe it or not. And the process of regularizing teachers started in 2023, with 111 teachers regularized in batch 1, and Mr. Speaker, an additional 247 teachers are in the process of being regularized in batch 2 and is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2025, this year. Mr. Speaker, all of this is being done so that we can begin to address this question of the gaps in our education system. That is why when it comes to TVET, Technical and Vocational Education Training, we can boast that we have successfully introduced home economics and woodwork in 24 primary schools across the country. While another model, Mr. Speaker, was implemented in 11 additional schools, benefiting over 1,883 students across the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, this is the answer of replacing the Imani program, the vote-getting mechanism that existed under the past administration, with skills training and development, utilizing again the institutions to build the capacity of our young people, and rather than creating some ad hoc program that you only want because have the numbers 3,000 by 3,000 again, what? Are looking good. You feel you could win your seat with that. And what will come after is election. That is why, Mr. Speaker, when I hear this talk about election is on the horizon, I just laughing. Mr. Speaker, the people elected the National Democratic Congress government to work. And we just start. You say, we're going to make 6 months. You say, we're going to make a year. Now, when you realize the year come, you say, well, it's 2 years. Now 2.5 going on 3 years come, and you're under pressure, and you're saying, call the thing. Because I want to feed into your whole ego. Because essentially, the sting of the defeat hurt, and it really hurt. Mr. Speaker, that is the importance of why we are doing this whole reform, because it will address those gaps as mentioned. So, the ministry is also looking forward to implement something additionally, right? It wants to introduce a skills training committee. That is going to be like a technical working committee, Mr. Speaker, to further develop the TVET pathways and monitor the progress towards planned outcomes. So now that we have implemented TVET fully, the expectation is that we would not relegate that only to the Ministry of Education, but now a specific committee will be created to monitor the progress of its implementation and immediately identify the gaps to be able to correct them almost immediately and address these concerns. Because, Mr. Speaker, this point is important. When you talk about planning and proactivity, this is a prime example of what we are doing at the education sector to be able to transform education, quality education. Mr. Speaker, I need not speak about the question of scholarships. Under this administration, we have seen an improvement and an increase in the number of scholarships available to Grenadians across the board. And we are pleased to talk, Mr. Speaker, for example, about the pilot with the Monroe University. This administration, Mr. Speaker, aims to ensure that at least one person per household has a university degree. Not 2 and 3 people per household under the Imani program receiving $700. University degree, so that they can get substantive monies, they could take those resources and invest it back into the state and themselves and family and build the quality and standard of life that they are currently enjoying. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, the Ministry of Education aims to also establish centers of excellence in 2025. New training centers, Mr. Speaker, will be established through a delivery mechanism. And you'll hear more about the delivery mechanism from the Minister of Education in the upper house. And Mr. Speaker, this point is important because in this instance, we are not going to reinvent the wheel. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is taking some of the existing buildings, and those that we have to outfit and probably renovate, we will, and convert them, and institutions, buildings and institutions, and convert them into centers of excellence. Mr. Speaker, we are looking now to implement tourism and hospitality, agriculture, specialized construction, digital transformation, ICT, again, that's where the world is heading, auto mechanics, air conditioning, and AC and refrigeration, creative industries, allied health, and more, marine and fisheries center of excellence. That is going to be important, Mr. Speaker, because when you compare, or rather, when you dive into the policy as to why we have adjusted the compulsory age to stay in school, you need to understand what we are doing. As mentioned, I'm going to show you how we are using each budget so far in our term to be able to move the country along in the direction that we said. So, we adjusted the compulsory age of people staying in school up to 18. But we do accept that you have some young people, young men in particular, that's what the statistics are showing, that for whatever reason, could be personal, could be systemic, they want school. Simple as that, simply put. And as such, their interest is more along the lines of skills. So, in addressing the UNDP report that was sent to the former administration, Mr. Speaker, and they didn't do anything about it, we are utilizing that concern identified and saying that, all right, if they don't want the formal aspect of education, let us diversify the education system and introduce skills in a full-on way and ensure that it is available and accessible to those young men and women who just cannot make it in that formal setting, classroom, mathematics, and those other subjects. Introduce the skills so that they can then still become productive citizens. And that is the importance, Mr. Speaker, as to what we are doing. That's the importance, critical point. Mr. Speaker, so as we see it, education under this administration is not perfect, and no sector is perfect. But we believe in consistent, steady interventions, in consistent policy directions that are going to be able to ultimately improve the overall standard and quality of education that our people are getting. And note well, we have also been able to introduce at TAMCC, officially adult literacy training programs. You see, Mr. Speaker, because when we talk education, you have to understand that for a student who is in preschool and primary school, if they have to go home to mommy and daddy who have their own difficulties in being able to understand, to assist them with the homework at home, they are not going to be able to turn out into productive citizens because the influence at home is a gap, again, that we need to address. They missed the train when they were growing up, so it was a challenge. And so, as parents too, this is going to be important to sell that you too have to get yourself educated so you could assist your children, so that you could take yourself to a different level, get a better job, improve the quality and standard of life that you are living. That's the opportunities that we are creating. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to end on the education sector, vote 40. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to the economy. I just mentioned some things briefly. The word resilience, Mr. Speaker, in the theme is not just plugged in there. We heard it yesterday, that we are just putting words together and putting it in because he had to sound good. Well, I mean, let me share our time, man. Let me just share a little. Yesterday, I listened a maiden speech. Mr. Speaker, in that maiden speech was just nice sounding words. And if I have to judge it, give you a free advice, it was just a repeat and a regurgitation of the former opposition leader and his rhetoric. No substance. We did not hear, Mr. Speaker, for example, from the leader of opposition, through you, what was her belief in the Grenadian economy? Where does she actually intend to take Grenada if, by some chance, she becomes Prime Minister? What is her observation of what we did in the past to take us to the future? Only according to Prime Minister Rowley, money, this, traveling, this. Where the money? Health. Only that. A regurgitation of the past. Now, my good partner just left the chambers, Mr. Speaker, to you, the member for Tonga St. George. But I find you that do a better job. At least you have changed the conversation. I don't understand that you served in government for all this length of time. And today, you are now serving as leader of His Majesty's opposition, and in your maiden speech as leader of His Majesty's opposition, you cannot tell the nation what your beliefs are about the economy, how you see the thing, what you want to do, etc. Only you will talk. But Mr. Speaker, the budget so eloquently put it. Grenada, notwithstanding the passage of Hurricane Beryl and some other challenges and the external factors, the economy in 2024 experienced robust growth. The near-term, Mr. Speaker, outlook remains positive, with real GDP projected to grow by 4.1% in 2025. You heard, Mr. Speaker, this whole notion about runaway inflation. Well, I don't want to say wrong things, so I'll behave myself. But Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Again, you see, if some of us could ease up with the shopping online and focus on what our duties are when we come to the house, we're going to be able to talk things with sense. Mr. Speaker, according to the budget, inflation has declined from 2023 levels, with average inflation forecasted to remain low and stable at around 0.9% over the medium term, and not short term, the medium term. This budget, in the context of how it was presented, is not only presented for 2025, but you heard it from the Minister of Finance, it's presented to 2027. And so it gives a global synopsis as to where we need to take Grenada. Grenada, resilient and rising. Build the resilience, strengthen the resilience of the country, and ensure that it grows sustainably. That's what we are doing. The unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, remains consistently low at approximately 12% and is expected to decline further in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this administration believes in single-digit unemployment rates. That is what we are going for. And if you know anything about this administration, when we set out a target, achieve it we must, achieve it we shall. The Grenadian people, Mr. Speaker, finally deserves leadership that is not egotistic, deserves leadership that is not built around one man and this maximum leader nonsense, which for years plagued our country, and saw all of these things being stifled. And I'll give you an example. Now, to my great surprise, the former Prime Minister, and he's not here this morning, although he had to present just now, but in his usual style, he had to get his thoughts together. Because in the Finance Committee meeting, which we had before this budget, he couldn't remember something that he did as Minister of Finance and Prime Minister under the implementation of the Structural Adjustment Program. He sat there, Mr. Speaker, and attempted to query the figure in contributions of about 75 million that we had to pay to creditors. He asked the question, who all this money for? So the PS so calmly responded, these are the monies that we negotiated for to pay under the 2014 Structural Adjustment Program should the CBI revenues reach a particular level to the creditors. But in their usual style, you never imagined that the program would achieve all them revenues, so it was just winking the creditors anyhow just to get a haircut. So you just tell them that. So now you forget that you sat and negotiated that. And when the reality hit you that this administration was able to get the CBI program to achieve great revenues, you now come in and talk about who all this money for. And you're shocked, you're surprised. Mr. Speaker, it speaks to this whole question of the emptiness, rhetoric, old talk. Good with that.
Dementia also.
Dementia, well, Minister of Finance said, I didn't. But Mr. Speaker, it shows that if we were to continue with that style and quality of leadership, Grenada ain't going nowhere. So, this administration was able to work extremely hard under the leadership of Prime Minister Honorable Deacon Mitchell to be able to see the CBI program achieve record revenues. The same record revenues that the opposition say, well, where all this money going? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where all this money going? What you plan to do with it? How are you spending it? And spend it on healthcare. Them people need this. Are you increasing water? Oh God, they go kill us with the money. You made an agreement that if the program achieves certain revenues, that they will get a one-off pay. So, Mr. Speaker, $75 million out of that program had to be paid to the creditors as a result of the negotiations of the former administration. If that is not giving away money in the context of the negotiation, tell me what is. But you have a problem with this administration investing meaningful resources in critical areas. You're saying that to celebrate 50 years of national independence is fluff. You're saying that the ministers shouldn't travel because for you used to travel, you didn't used to bring back nothing, so you figure because we're traveling now that we ain't bringing back nothing. But as per usual, you confused. You have not sat down, none of you on the opposition side have not sat down and looked at these budgets and put it into context. Again, from the maiden speech from the leader of His Majesty's opposition, we heard absolutely nothing about a philosophy or vision for the country. All we heard was political rhetoric, a regurgitation of the past, empty talk and promises. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear to me that we are on the right track. And when we talk, Mr. Speaker, about economic development, you must understand in principle that this is a conversation that we must consistently have. Take, for example, this whole lie about the pregnant treasury. Mr. Speaker, again, when we got into office, it cost the government approximately $75 million to pay the pension backlog. Mr. Speaker, if when we paid that backlog, it only cost us $75 million. And when you analyze all previous budgets, I don't even know if we saw $100 million in surplus or savings or whatever it is they want to talk about. So the question remains, where did this myth of $500 million come about? Again, empty words. There's no substance to your conversation. And Mr. Speaker, that's why on June 23rd, 2022, the people really gave us a mandate to change all of that. people, Mr. Speaker, understand that talk is cheap when it is compared to action. And I think one of the things that's fooling the former administration, Mr. Speaker, in the context of this budget, they see so much spending on stuff, so they believe, well, that had to be election. Nah, man, something wrong. This administration can't be spending all that money and they ain't calling election this year. It had to be election. So that's how they behave. And Mr. Speaker, we're doing good on the economic side. And we could allow the Minister of Finance, certainly in his rebuttal, to respond and add wherever I left off. I want to turn now quickly, as I end, to Carriacou and Petit-Matic in the context of Hurricane Beryl. And Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I'll be giving my experience when I was sent from the Cabinet of Grenada to go up and support and assist the Honorable Member for Carriacou and Petit-Matic in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. And it ties into this whole talk about election coming, because I want to say to this Honorable House, the new National Party, current opposition in this country, must be ashamed of what they did. Mr. Speaker, the former administration attempted to use Hurricane Beryl to find some kind of way to put the government under pressure so that we could have called the general election. Desperate. When we got up there, a former member of parliament and government minister in the south of the island was on the port passing orders and misinforming people, telling people, she do this, she organized that, and you know nothing here, you don't have no structure for this, you don't know this, you don't know that. When we got up there, Mr. Speaker, the port was an open sepulchre. And as some of the regional disaster management teams mentioned in the meeting subsequently, naturally, when you have a major disaster, 2 weeks will pass when you will see absolute chaos. And it is natural because systems down, etc., etc. And what they sought to do was to immediately go up to Carriacou, and rather than offering a help, give them food and portable toilet. And draw the parallel. Give me a whole food to eat, and give me a toilet to defecate. Ask yourself the question, if an opposition vying to become government sees that his countrymen and women are hit with a disruption, what should they be doing? Compare that, Mr. Speaker, to what this administration did, seriously intervening to be able to stop the slide and to have the situation turn into a chaotic scene. Imagine Grenada at the time was registering high gastro numbers, and they sought to bring up food and toilets. Ask yourself the question if that was not deliberate to destabilize the situation further. But Mr. Speaker, who God bless, no man curse. The Honorable Tevin Andrews is a hard worker. And when I got up there, I saw the Member of Parliament drogging stuff, doing things, forgetting all that his home got impacted, forgetting his family may have needed water and other stuff. I brought up a generator for the Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and he take it and give the senior home. Imagine Cabinet give me a directive to make sure that we could establish communication, and the man take the generator and give the senior home. He said, forget about me. Mr. Speaker, that really touched me as my real comrade, and I saw excellent leadership quality. So, Mr. Speaker, we had to support him. So when we went up there, thankfully some people from Elon Musk's company reached out to me while we were in New York. I know I don't really want to. But they reached out and they offered a means to assist in the deficit with communication. So they said that they could obtain 7 Starlinks for us to be able to get internet immediately and get communication back up and running. The satellite phone, Mr. Speaker, had all but gone uncharged. Chaos was ensuing. And we were able to restore communication and also put back up the main communication point, which was one of the radio stations up in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. That was essential because, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, what the opposition was doing was going around and helping to destabilize the question of what was taking place. They attempted it in Petit-Martinique, and they also did many of it in Carriacou. But we were able to crush that nonsense. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that when you see the history books are written on some of us, the Grenadian people would be appalled as to how nice we come and we sit here and we pretend, how nice we talk, how nice we dress, and when you look at the substance and quality of what we're doing, you see next to nothing. And it's a direct example. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. This Honorable Parliament empowered all members of Parliament with $10,000 monthly allowances. So if Sister X can't pay she medical bill, can't pay she water, in your constituency, your role is not to sit down and say, well, Sister X ain't paying she money, thing hard in the country. Take the money and go and do your work. Give it to her to pay it. You getting allowance under this administration now, for the first time, you serve donkey years. God knows what and how and where you used to get money to stay into office. But now, you're getting direct allowance and you lose faith. There's something wrong with you. If you really care about people, you should be happy. You should be the first. We ain't hearing an ONSA report. As we always say, only unemployment. Take the money and help people. You're getting access to it, so you must utilize it to benefit the nation too. Opposition have a role to play, not only to talk and run their mouth, but to take the resources of the state and ensure that they help their constituents too. So all the opposition constituents, I want to say to you, clamor to your MPs to assist you. They have monies to help. It's not $1 million, but they have money. Everybody getting the same amount. To whom much is given, much is expected. Do all your work. And I will have less time to talk about all these things. So, Mr. Speaker, while we were up there in Carriacou, when we went to establish, I'm going to end on the Carriacou note because I see my time is winding down. When we went to establish the distribution centers throughout Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, to my great surprise, I saw the former Prime Minister driving around, about 4 men in a car, only watching and sightseeing. While I did jogging boxes, he made sure he stopped to say, hey, what are you doing up here? My response to him was simple. So what to do? Take that vehicle and go and get some people and bring them back to help us. That's what we wanted from y'all. Mr. Speaker, I reached out to Senator Norland Cox. Mr. Speaker, could I just have 1 minute to wrap up and wind down, please?
1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute granted.
I'm a man, I'm a word. So, Mr. Speaker, I met the gentleman. We chatted on the port. I said to him, give me a name of somebody from the New National Party. You may not want to be the person or the liaison. Give me a name so we could contact the person and we could establish a link between opposition and government to make sure that the restoration and all the work could be done. Sit down there in usual style, smiling. You say, yeah, well, already, this or that. I'm still waiting. No name, nothing. But the first man to go on GBN and say, well, Honorable Redhead reached out to me, but I waiting and so on, to give this illusion that nobody reached out to them. I even spoke to the Cabinet Secretary at the time, because, Mr. Speaker, it was important to consolidate and coordinate the efforts in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, get the support from a wide cross-section. We work with business people up there in the short month and something that we spent up there, gathering information and so on. That was the goal and vision. So here they come in and talk about Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. Mr. Speaker, they didn't care. And they did not care after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. So I want to end on this note, Mr. Speaker. Thank all my constituents who came up to Carriacou and Pitimatni from the Northeast to assist with the recovery. Mr. Speaker, it was really pleasing at one point to see them out assisting with the distributions, assisting with getting people to safety, that kind of thing in the immediate aftermath. And I want to congratulate the NADMA District Coordinating Team of St. George Northeast for the excellent work, Mr. Speaker, in disaster management. And they played a pivotal role in mobilizing the constituency of St. George Northeast to assist Carriacou in its time of need. Mr. Speaker, this administration, so I break my promise, but Mr. Speaker, this administration is keen on ensuring that we do not just talk the talk, but we walk the walk for the development of our country as we continue to move Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may we continue to be successful as a nation.
It happens to all of us. Low on cash and in need of money right away. Play Instacash Monday to Sunday and there are no draws.
So what you saying? No numbers to choose from?
Nope.
And no draw sessions to wait on?
Nope.
And we can play it anytime and any day?
Yep. Including Sundays. Instacash. Ask for it by name and choose from a wide variety of games as low as $2 and win instantly. It is fast, it is easy to play, and you win cash right away. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, making your dreams come true.
Good morning, viewers and listeners. Welcome to the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Pick 3 Multi-X Mid-Morning Draw for today, Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. I am Anisha Charles. With me this morning is Ms. Alia Malcolm from RSO and Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in an accounting manner at the game boards with industry standards and in the way stamped with. At this time, show tickets at hand. It's Daily Pick 3. It pays to play. Good luck. First of this morning is check the tickets in the meantime. First number is 0, second number is 9, third and final number. Final number is also 9. Let's recap those numbers. Numbers on the screen. Check your tickets. First number is 0, the second 9, third and final is 9. So that's 0, 9, and 9. Congratulations, all our winners. It's now time for the multi-X draw. Hope you got your tickets out. Let's play and good luck. This morning's winning multi-X ball is FB. Let's recap. This morning's winning multi-X ball is FB. Congratulations, all our winners. For Pick 3 multi-X tickets drawn last evening, we had a total prize payout of $8,830 with a total of 49 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Stay tuned at a period multi-X draw up next. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to another period multi-X mid-morning draw for today, Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. I am Anisha Charles. With me again is Ms. Alia Malcolm from RSO and Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in an accounting manner at the game balls with industry standards and in the way stamped with. Let's play Play, value your dreams, or win your way. Good luck. This morning's winning Play number is, check the tickets in the meantime. Play number for this morning is 8. Let's recap the number 08. 8 represents the dream symbol spider. Congratulations, all winners. It's now time for the multi-X draw. Hope we got your tickets out. Let's play and good luck. Your winning multi-X ball is FB. Let's recap. Your winning multi-X ball is FB. Congratulations, all winners. For Fluid Multi-X tickets drawn last evening, we had total prize payout of $75,408 with a total of 458 winners. Congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Stay tuned at the Daily Cash Fluid Multi-X drop next. We'll see you really soon. Welcome back everyone to another Daily Cash Fluid Multi-X mid-morning draw for today Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. I am Anisha Charles. With me once again is Ms. Ayala Malcolm from RSO & Company Limited Accountants and Advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in an accountable manner and the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. At this time, show tickets at hand. It's Daily Cash for more plays, bigger prizes. Let's find out what this morning's winning numbers will be. Good luck to you. First number this morning is, first number is 3, second number is 0, third number up, third number is 5, fourth and final number is 0. Okay, let's recap those numbers. Numbers on the screen, check your tickets. First number up is 3, the second is 0, third 5, fourth and final is 0. So that's 3, 0, 5, and 0. Congratulations to all winners. It's now time for the Multi-X draw. Hope you got your tickets out. Let's play and good luck. Your winning Multi-X ball is FB. Let's recap. Your winning Multi-X ball is FB. Congratulations to all winners. For Cash Fluid Multi-X tickets drawn last evening, we had a total prize payout of $2,700 with a total of 14 winners. Congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Remember to play all the games of the National Lotteries Authority support sports, culture, and the nation building. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
What if you had a choice? A choice of joining a line or a choice of making your purchases online? What would you choose? While you ponder on that, the National Lotteries Authority has provided another purchasing option. All their games are now available online. Yes, Grenadians! From wherever you are, purchase your favorite daily and jackpot-type games using any electronic device. Register on the NLA's website at www.nla.gd. Top up your account and enjoy online lottery gaming at your convenience. We're taking shopping comfort up. Several notches. But the choice is yours. Join a line or buy online. NLA, make your dreams come true.
Mr. Speaker, in November last, we had a month of activities for young people, and we end with a youth rally and celebration of achievements, voices, and contribution. This isn't just a one-off event, but a commitment to our young people. We are setting the stage for 2025, where this initiative will continue and will continue to engage our young people. While the opposition may caught up in old ways, we are forging ahead in long-term vision for youth development, one that's about sustaining momentum, creating opportunities, and ensuring that our young people are ready to lead. Transforming education and skill training. Education, Mr. Speaker, is the foundation of a strong nation, and we are ensuring that no young person is left behind. The introduction of free tuition at MCC and NULO has already relieved financial burden on families, saving them over millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So if there is really an issue as it relates to a small percentage needing assistance, then raise that, we have no problem. Because as a government, we are committed to looking at ways and means to provide support to those who need our assistance, because we understand and we appreciate that only through education we can remove these people from poverty. We do not want to stick them in programs for life. But education is more than academics. It must be relevant and responsive to today's changing dynamics. That is why we are not only providing Empower and the other programs that was there of the past, but we are expanding digital skill training to include coding, cybersecurity, and AI. Close to 100 young persons are presently in training, and once successfully completed are assured secure jobs that pay in excess of $5,000 a month, and a new batch will be enrolled this year. This is not Imani, Mr. Speaker. It is not Empower, but it's youth engagement. This is a real investment in our young people. This is truly transformative, and it's cost the government, but it isn't captured under the Ministry of Youth. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear cut in the youth budget, there's no cut in a youth budget. They may be cut under the Ministry of Youth. But they are reassignment, because when we provide 1.5 million for tuition, these are programs for youth engagement. When we provide millions for the cybersecurity training and all the other training, these are positive programs, Mr. Speaker. Beyond education and sports, we must empower young people in leadership and economic participation. Mr. Speaker, and that is why we had our youth election, and we just about a week ago, the youth had a swearing ceremony right in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, this is a step in the right direction, and this year we will bring legislation into this house for this initiative. Youth Parliament will be strengthened to give young people a greater voice in governance and policy making. Economic inclusion programs will provide young entrepreneurs with funding, mentorship, and networking opportunities in agriculture, sports, technology, and emerging industries. The Elevate Her program is specifically targeting young women, particularly unemployed school dropouts, aimed at equipping them with financial support, skill training, and opportunities for upward mobility. One of the key innovations of Elevator, setting it apart from all the old programs, it has a clear exit strategy designed to ensure that participants gain meaningful employment or entrepreneurship opportunities without being trapped in indefinite cycles of training or exploitation. Slavery abolished, Mr. Speaker. Why are we keeping our young people in programs Training for Life? Elevator is focused on preparing young women for success in the workforce without a defined framework, ensuring that they are not treated unfairly or left to linger in programs for a whole decade. There are trainees who are in programs for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we have to treat our young people differently. In December, I met a young lady from St. David, I believe, a co-show somewhere, I think, a young lady who's part of the ambassadorial program. And she expressed hurt that she finished TAMCC, had her A-levels, and was seeking a job as a teacher. She wanted to be a teacher. And she was told the only vehicle to take you to that was the Imani program. Mr. Speaker, sad, very sad. But Mr. Speaker, this government, 2.5 years later, are ensuring that our young people, once qualified, get the jobs that they require. They do not have to be part of a Imani program, Training for Life. Mr. Speaker, the Elevator program will be launched in St. Andrew on March 27th, where 202 young women are identified to be engaged in the first phase. The much talked about Imani program. Let me start by saying it's important to provide facts in the house. This government policy has no policy that sent home any young person. So there's nobody from the Imani program, apart from the regular policy, was sent home. And let me explain to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, because it's important to present facts. The program train young people, and it was supposed to be a 2-year training, but we go cycle for cycle because when the time reaches transition, an election is coming, and so we have to keep them over and over, and someday for over 10 years. That is one point, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the program, if you got a scholarship, when you complete your study cycle, The program gave you 3 months and then remove you from the payroll. This is not removal from this government. It's part of the policy of the program from inception. Mr. Speaker, there's another policy that says if you're not engaged, so if you're in a work site, if you misbehave or there's some issues with you on your work site or there's any problem and you are sent home as a trainee, you will be removed from the payroll until you are placed in another placement. So there might be people who were removed from the payroll, but that is part of the program. That is exactly what the program was meant to do from the inception. It has nothing to do with this new government. The government has not made no changes. Mr. Speaker, when the opposition says nothing is happening, what they really mean is that we have not taken a new batch of Imani. And they are right. Here is the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Imani program has undoubtedly benefited some people, but here's the truth. Adding more young people to a broken system does not fix Imani. Imani was never meant to be a permanent job program. Yet we still have trainees on site 10 years later. This is not progress, Mr. Speaker. This is backward. We are going forward ever. That is stagnation. Instead of trapping another generation into a cycle on indefinite training, we are focused on real solutions that create lasting opportunities. We are in the process of transitioning and we have engaged the private sector. Because, Mr. Speaker, scores of our young people are placed in the private sector. 10 years, 8 years, 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, some less. And these people are working. They are no longer trainees. They are full-time workers in the private sector, but government is paying them. What kind of backwardness is that? Government is paying you to be working to the private sector after your training cycle. And in some instances, Mr. Speaker, as a ministry, we have engaged the private sector. And there are some private sector personnel who have trainees working with them for over 10 years, but are saying to us that we cannot pay them anything. Mr. Speaker, we are removing these trainees from those sites, and we are looking for other permanent engagement, not continuous training, but permanent engagement, or help them to set up their own business. We are not leaving you to be trained for life or to be working like under slavery in the private sector without not even giving you a $500 extra because the minimum wage moved. So people are no longer getting $700, and government is giving $700 to those in the private sector, but some of these private sectors personnel are not giving anything, and so we are removing, we are transitioning our young people, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud those in the private sector who have decided to employ those trainees who are placed under the watch. And you know, as I sat here, the Grenville Credit Union comes to mind, and there are many others, but it comes to mind because it's an institution that takes in trainees for 6 months. And once you perform, you get placement right there. You find a job. And there are other entities that are doing the same. M&N Hardware, those are some that I know about up my head. They are taking the trainees and making them permanent. But there are those who continue to keep our trainees in bondage. And we are not willing, Mr. Speaker, as a government to continue to keep our youth in bondage. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, 418 young people were transitioned in permanent engagement. Some in the schools as permanent teachers, some in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, some in the different, out in the districts, some in the government system, and some in the private sector. Some also graduated and find gainful employment from universities. Mr. Speaker, this government, this National Democratic Government refuses to mislead young people with the illusion of progress. Instead, we are building real pathways to success for our young people. That is why we are investing in programs like cybersecurity training, youth in agriculture, more and more scholarships, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about cutting programs, we are investing in education, and that is why we are 50% so far are enrolled at Monroe College. This is progress and development, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about cutting the youth budget, we are reassigning those monies to get our young people to be engaged in more meaningful opportunities. We are helping them to be financially independent and help them with career advancement. So when the opposition is crying nothing is happening, they either not paying attention or deliberately ignoring the fact. This government is not in the business of keeping young people in stagnation and dependence, but instead we are in the business of creating a future where they can thrive. The Empower program, Mr. Speaker, is not where you started, but where you finish. And we hear all kinds of stories about what was caught and what wasn't caught, and copycat and all that. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the utterance about how much spent, we have close to 500 young men engaged in meaningfully with more oversight, quarterly engagements, and an increase in stipend from $800 to $1,000. The opposition is crying copycat about this and other ongoing programs aimed at youth development. Mr. Speaker, governance isn't about ownership, it's about service to the people who elected you. Mr. Speaker, programs are not yours to keep, but these are programs for the people. So let's set the record straight. This government is not in the business of copying. We are in the business of correcting. What they call imitation, we call innovation. The truth is, youth programs should not be about who started them, but about who making them work. And while they are set back, let young men, and while they sat back and let young men cycle through Empower with no structured pathway beyond training, we are ensuring that every program, whether existing or new, delivers real results. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we heard about an increase in gang activities and violent activities and all that. We are saying that it's because these people are not engaged. But Mr. Speaker, get the statistics and checked. Most of the persons are persons who we trained already in some of these programs and who are supposed to be gainfully engaged. But because there was no follow-up, Mr. Speaker, no mentorship, and that is why we are seeing some of the things happening. And we are not happy about that, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, we look at ways and means to address those issues. What the opposition won't admit is that they have failed to evolve Empower beyond just a training scheme. We are fixing that by strengthening mentorship, improving transition mechanism, and ensuring that young men don't just pass through a program, but actually move forward in life. Instead of crying copycat, they should be asking, why didn't we get it right at the first time? So, Mr. Speaker, let the opposition talk while we deliver. We are not here to play politics with the future of our young people. We are here to empower them for real. If a program benefits the people, especially our young people, we won't abandon just to score cheap political points. The difference is, Mr. Speaker, while they use this initiative for scoring cheap political points, we are making them work for the people. Leadership isn't about who did it first, but who did it best. The government is about people, not politics. This is why we are moving forward while they are stuck in the past. The program is now better managed and more impactful. It's merit-based and not MP sending a list of political people. Mr. Speaker, as the ministry will continue to provide engagement for young people, we'll continue to provide leadership training, we'll continue to provide more incentives to get our young people actively engaged. We are preparing our young people for life, and as a government, we are committed to improving the lives of our young people across Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I move to sports. Grenada's athletes continue to make us proud on the regional and international stages. We are moving beyond treating sports as mere recreation and instead positioning it as a viable industry that can generate employment, investment, and opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, we have launched the Sports Council, and so we have the Parish Sports Council. So in each parish we have council, and we also approve the sports policy, which is aimed at upgrading sporting activities across the different parishes. We are looking, Mr. Speaker, to have grassroots engagement at the level of the community, because we cannot only look at sports when our athletes like Kirani and Anderson and the others reach the highest height. But we must provide the vehicle, Mr. Speaker, at the level of the community that could engage our young people, where we'll have more Afi Fletchers, more Kirani James, more Anderson Peters, and more Lyndon Victor. We'll have more people involved in football and cricket and all the other sporting disciplines. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are looking, and we have started already, in terms of upgrading sporting infrastructure across the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of such is the 4-playing field. We heard played football here yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, I'm the Minister of Youth, and I do not pass the buck. I take full responsibility in acknowledging that there were some delays in the work at 4-playing field. However, Mr. Speaker, development sometimes comes with a cost. However, there was continuous communication, and a collective decision was made to proceed elsewhere with McDonald College and the other school sports. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of 4-playing field should not even be mentioned by the opposition. It should not even be mentioned, because the issue of the playing field has been there for years. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, I visited the 4-playing field, the MP for St. Patrick East, and was in dismay at the condition of the toilet facility. The person who was taking us around said these toilets and sinks were there in the 80s. Behind, Mr. Speaker, you can't even repair those things. You have to replace them. So more than just the playing field, we have to do extensive work at 4-playing field. We have to remove all the toilet facility, all the sinks, windows. And Mr. Speaker, coupled with that, we had the issue of burial, removing the entire roof of the 4-playing field. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that a brand new roof was installed, one that can withstand the challenges of sea blast, ensuring durability for years. But, Mr. Speaker, maintenance of sporting facility must be part of what we do as a Ministry of Sport to ensure that we take proper care and these playing facilities last and are upkept, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to enhancing community spaces, delivering quality infrastructure, and we thank the schools for the patience, and we know it was not an easy thing to having to leave St. Patrick's and to go to Progress Park, but it's a one-off. Next year, please God, you'll have your brand new rehabilitated 4-playing field, and that can resume all the sporting activities there. Mr. Speaker, we are developing infrastructure sporting infrastructure across the country. And I think I announced in the Honorable House before, but I want to say again that very soon we have a contractor, SKN Patriot Limited and PRP Associate JV joint venture, which is an Indian community who are involved in lighting first-class facilities, will be to ease the contractor for the National Cricket Stadium, Progress Park, and the upgrade of lighting at Las Angeles. Mr. Speaker, we have not only signed the contract, but we paid half of the monies already, which which is close to $10 million, Mr. Speaker, for the lighting. That's the total cost, and we have paid half of that. The team, they have people on the ground, but they are now mobilizing, and so the first set of containers will arrive on the island sometime in March, and we'll see real work starting on those facilities from April. We are working, Mr. Speaker, as a government and committed to improving sporting facilities and providing first-class lighting. Mr. Speaker, in Progress Park also, we are looking at complete rehabilitation, but we are taking a phased approach because we want to ensure that Progress Park is a premier playing field on par with the National Stadium. So this year we'll have the first-class lighting and we'll have some upgrade to the children playground. So we'll have a state-of-the-art, safe playground for our children. So very soon we'll have to announce closure to the one that we have there at the moment for a period of time where we can clear up and clean up and put down a brand new children playground in Progress Park. Mr. Speaker, the much talked about pool. And so I felt moved to share the good news, not just to speak for my own, but to share the news as it relates to the pool. Because sometimes you hear they say, well, nothing happening, you announce pool before and you announce whatever. But I want to give you the status update from World Aquatics. And Mr. Speaker, would you permit me to read and share with the Honorable House the letter received from World Aquatics? Thank you. It says, Mr. Speaker, dear Minister Thomas, on behalf of the World Aquatics, we are pleased to provide you with an update on the progress of our joint effort towards the realization of the aquatic facility in Grenada as part of the World Aquatics Poll for all programs. We are currently in the process of drafting the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, which will finalize the commitment and responsibility of all stakeholders involved in this important project. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to say the date. It is dated the 19th of February 2025. As part of this initiative, we are pleased to confirm the committed financial contribution from all our various partners, which will be directed towards the payment of matter pools. For the construction of the facility, the contributions as follows. World Aquatics, $300,000 US, Pan Am Sports, $150,000, and this is US dollars, Mr. Speaker. International Olympic Committee, $100,000, Government of Grenada, $63,000. Grenada World Aquatics Support Program, $50,000 US. This results in a total financial support of $663,000 US, covering the total cost of the poll, which is 600, Mr. Speaker, and 662,000, sorry, my math's getting bad, $679.43. So, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the steadfast commitment of the Government of Grenada to this project. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to turning the sun for this project sometime in April. We have our part to play. So apart from the pool, because this is just the pool, but we also will have covered pavilion and toilet facilities, and the government, our government, has already last year committed to that. So more infrastructural development, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to sports for Grenada. So we'll have first-class lighting at Progress Park, the cricket stadium, we'll have a pool, and we'll have infrastructural development across the country. Mr. Speaker, through the NLA, the National Lottery Authority, a number of projects will be done across constituencies. There will be playgrounds in mostly all constituencies, or those who do not have as yet. We'll have upgrade to what are the playing grounds in St. John's. We'll have in St. Patrick. We give Carriacou priority, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the projects that we will be investing in, Mr. Speaker, investing in our people, investing in sports. Mr. Speaker, this government is making unprecedented investment in youth and sports development, with 68.9 million allocated in the 2025 budget. We are committed to ensuring that every young person in Grenada, whether in the classroom, on the playing field, in business, or in leadership, given the tool to succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of nothing is happening for young people is not just laughable. It's insulting to the intelligence of our young people. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth is, they are talking. The truth is, they know good things when they see it. And the young people, Mr. Speaker, are supporting this government 100%. They identify that we are prioritizing them. Mr. Speaker, so those cry by the opposition, this isn't principled opposition, Mr. Speaker. It is bitterness, desperation, and political amnesia. But the people are not fooled. They remember who did what, and no amount of grandstanding, noise making, or revisionist history will erase the forward movement. We're going forward, Mr. Speaker. We are not going back. Never. And I'm sorry my colleague is not there because I'm saying to him, we're not going back. So you have to get on the forward side. Mr. Speaker, I need to move on. The Ministry of Mental Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs is now recognized as an independent ministry. It speaks about government's priority, giving priority to mental health, ending stigma and discrimination. The ministry is listed in the 2025 estimates of revenue as vote 52. The independent ministry will be able to place more emphasis on the mental health agenda. The ministry recognizes that many people have mental health challenges in the state of Grenada. However, because of stigma associated with mental health issues, they do not seek help. Well, Mr. Speaker, I could speak firsthand on that because it's no secret that I've said here maybe 10 years ago that my mother has mental challenges, and so that I had to deal with the issue of stigma and discrimination in public life because of my mother's situation. And that is why I'm committed, Mr. Speaker, to ensuring that as a Ministry of Mental Health, we do what it takes to end stigma and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, before I move forward, I'd like to thank my cabinet team who, when I said to them, let's go to Monge and visit with me. Mr. Speaker, you see, when you see and you feel what others are seeing and feel, it gives you a better opportunity to assist and to provide support. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I recall watching my members' face in Monge, there was sadness. And so after listening to some of the concerns, each member of the team agreed and promised and fulfilled the promises to provide one mattress for the members of Monge. And so I want to thank you not only for the mattresses, but I want to thank you for the support when I come seeking assistance, when I call on MIT and I call on the Ministry of Infrastructure and I call on other members, when the caretaker for the town of St. George and the MP for St. George Northeast will walk with me in Monge to see those issues and to help, Mr. Speaker. I am thankful. Mr. Speaker, we have already started to see decline and improvement in the services. I want to thank our community health nurses and social workers and the staff, Mr. Speaker, who go out into the community. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government for approving special support for them so that they can do their work effectively. I also want to thank members of the diaspora for providing assistance for our community health nurses. We provided a brand new vehicle for them, Mr. Speaker, and in every parish they are assisting, speaking to families and providing medication and counseling support for families, and that is why we saw a decline in the number of admittance at the Monge Hospital. Mr. Speaker, a healthy mind gives a healthy body and a healthy mind, Mr. Speaker. And that is why the Ministry of Wellness, in 2025, we will have exercising and healthy lifestyle engagement at the level of the community. Mr. Speaker, you see, most of us, our jobs are sedentary, so we sit down for 8 and 9 and 10 hours, and so we have to do with what you call lifestyle diseases, high blood pressure, diabetes, we've seen an increase in cancer and all that. So, but Mr. Speaker, the data tells us that if we eat healthy, a lot of greens, a lot of vegetables, and we exercise daily, that can assist in that regard. And so, from the wellness standpoint, our programs will be taken into the community to encourage and engage people to have healthier lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, a total of $10,096,302 is allocated in the recurrent side of the budget for 2025 for the Ministry of Mental Health and Wellness and Religious Affairs. And under the capital expenditure, a total of $2,030,000 are allocated under the capital budget. Mr. Speaker, $250,000 is allocated towards implementation of the religious portfolio and wellness, $300,000. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we are committed to doing more as it relates to mental health. So last year we have purchased 10 new specialized beds for Monge. We have already ordered 20 more. We are looking to have a full quota within the mental hospital, the Monge Mental Hospital, of not only beds, Mr. Speaker, but we also will be improving the entire facility phase by phase to ensure that when you have challenges, mental health challenges, you are in a comfortable place, Mr. Speaker. So we will be working this year to do a lot of infrastructure work, a lot of training for our staff. Our staff is very vital in that, because if our staff is not healthy, if our staff is not mentally able, then we have a problem. So as a government, we have put priority as it relates to the human resource of the ministry, of all our ministries, Mr. Speaker. That also includes Ministry of Youth and Sports. My PS of Ministry of Sport is here, and so I said to her and the team that we have to work as fast as possible to ensure that we deal with the issue of regularization of most of our workers, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, to be regularized, you must be performing. So if you're not performing, then we can't say regularize you. So we encourage our workers to continue to provide human services. Ministry of Youth and Sports, Ministry of Mental Health. I am pleased with what is happening in those ministries, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, we are committed to providing you with all the support as it relates to human resource. Mr. Speaker, I've heard someone talk about, we said we were going to do the Carlton Home and nothing. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know if opposition calls a different kind of, I don't know what to say or to put it. But Carlton Home, in its original sense in St. George's, was destroyed over 20 years ago. This government is in office just 2+ years ago. So the fact that we are committed, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we have cleared the site in Maribor, the fact that we have given a contract to Mr. Cotureni, I think, won the bid, and is now at Maribor doing the fencing. And we are hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the fencing was done since last year, but you know, sometimes the process takes longer, but it's happening right now. And so I'm in constant with the PS in the Ministry of Infrastructure, saying that we need to finalize the designs, and we need to have costing, and we need to go out to tender by June of 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are not just talking the talk. We are acting, Mr. Speaker, and so we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to building a drug and rehabilitation center in Maribor, in the constituency in which I serve at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, we are committed as a government, and we'll do what it takes So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you're in opposition, you say one. When you're in government, you do a different thing. But if 20 years you didn't build that center, don't talk about it. You have no moral authority. No moral authority to talk about rehabilitation center or some pool or whatever, because we've been talking about that for the last 20 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to, let me wrap up on mental health. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we'll have more training for our staff. Last year, we had 2 staff members sent to Jamaica. We'll be sending 2 more this year, and we are looking to get more trained and specialized doctor. So, Mr. Speaker, as part of government's priority, we are hoping that specialist doctor will be part of our scholarships so that we can have more trained mental health doctors. Mr. Speaker, you know, in the past, Monge Mental Hospital was really like a dumb site. No revenue, no money is put into it, an old dilapidated building from since the revolution, no repairs, nothing. I mean, we hear about bugs and we hear all that. Mr. Speaker, we are forging forward to change the dynamics. We are ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that we repair and we provide a better facility for those who need our assistance. But, Mr. Speaker, we are assured that once we continue with the community intervention, less persons will have to go for treatment at Monge Mental Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we started a number of mental health campaigns last year, and we had a number of training for the police, for the nurses, for schools. This year, we'll intensify that. We also will have psychoeducation at schools. We started last year in a few secondary schools. We'll continue at the level of the community. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that we deal with the issue that confront young people, middle-aged, and old people, because mental health issue does not discriminate. So any one of us, you know, sometimes we make it look good because your mother is that, then maybe you're that too. But any one of us, and sometimes we do, everyone, at some point in your life, will have mental challenges. Because when your family died and you are depressed, it's your mental is affected. When you lose your job, that also is affected, you're stressed. So for some point in our life, we'll have particular issues and we'll need particular support. And as a government, we are committed. And so I want to thank this government, Mr. Speaker, for putting in and making mental health a priority for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, Religious Affairs provided grant funding to faith-based organizations to implement small projects in the following areas: education and skills development, youth empowerment and wellness, agriculture and security, disaster management and community development, and ICT. One project was implemented in each constituency up to 10,000, except in the parish of St. David, St. John's and St. George South and Carriacou, which is we got a maximum of $16,500. Mr. Speaker, we'll have more programs, because we want to engage our faith-based organization in assisting us in many of the challenges that confront our young people, many of the mental health challenges. We want to help to train them in counseling so that they can assist us, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. Sometimes when you feel depressed, the first person you run to is your pastor, and so we want to provide all the necessary support. But Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on work and the upgrade to be done at Monge and all that, and the time is ticking. And so there are more that I can say as it relates to mental health. But Mr. Speaker, let me go to the people who elected me and who continue to provide me with the support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from Adelphi to Spring Garden, Beauregard, Balthazar, Byron, my home village Moncton, Paraclete, Lafayette, Lakabeke, Granlet, Paradise, Dunfermline, these are the villages, Monlong, Balthazar, these are the villages in my constituency, and I want to thank them for the support. I want to thank them for carrying me with their love, Mr. Speaker, for the support that they have given me, even when I transition from one side to another side. Mr. Speaker, they appreciate that the transition is aimed at getting away from confusion, Mr. Speaker, and being able to better serve them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to this honorable House, yesterday my good friend said to me, I said to him, come back home. And he told me that my home is somewhere else, and I do not want to call this name in my honorable House. But I want to let him know that home is where the heart is. And so my home is right here with this team, Mr. Speaker. And I'm committed to continue serving. So there's some concerns, you know, that is raising opposition quarter that I may go away and I may go away. There's nowhere to go, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'll invite the honorable member, because he's lonely on this side, on the corner there for himself. I'll invite him there. There might be a space here for you. So, Mr. Speaker, in St. Andrew Northwest, we have under-promised, but we have over-delivered. And I'm proud. I am proud, Mr. Speaker, that contrary to what you're saying, the team in St. Andrew Northwest, and as I looked, I see my community development coordinator. We have done work in every village in the constituency. We are people-centered in St. Andrew Northwest. So when we engage, there's engagement, and the people identify what needs to be done, we act. So there's work in Dunfermline, there's work in Lakabeke, there's work in Moncton, there's work in Baltazar, there's work in Burge Grove, there's work in Monlong. Infrastructural work, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to provide and to deal with those infrastructural issues in the constituency. But that is just part of what we do as a constituency. We have training within the constituency. So we hear about national training in the Ministry of Youth. In the constituency, under Sister Gloria's Ministry of Social Development, Social and Community Development, we have electrical training and parenting and other training. Just recently we had one in Monlong, we had a training in Moncton, we had one in St. Mary's for the summer program. So we continue to engage and put our monies to positively impact our children, young people, middle-aged and old people. Mr. Speaker, the issue of education. In St. Andrew Northwest, we have engaged all the educational institutions, Paraclete Government School, St. Mary's RC, St. Michael's RC, and before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record here. I want to congratulate the St. Mary's RC School, which is what you call an underdog, a small school in the country, for winning the St. Andrew Primary School Sports Meeting. I also want to congratulate Paraclete Government for coming third at the March Past. I want to congratulate the entire sporting body in St. Andrew, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to engage our schools, and in 2024, we had painting of the Paraclete Government School. We have also started a breakfast program in the schools in the constituency. So we provide assistance for children who do not have breakfast in the morning. We bring the stuff to the schools, and the principal and staff, they provide breakfast to St. Mary's, St. Michael's, and Paraclete Government School. We also provide railing and other assistance for the Byland School after the advent of burial. The fall coop got damaged, and we provide assistance. Mr. Speaker, we have a very good relationship with the schools. So when there are issues, the principals feel free to call to say, we have that issue and we need your support. Mr. Speaker, I recall in the past when those things came up, we had to run to walks or run to the Prime Minister's office then in another place. But no, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister for his vision, Mr. Speaker. $10,000 constituency allowance, Mr. Speaker, are given to, this is given, Mr. Speaker, to every elected parliamentary representative. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that, because in St. Andrew Northwest, we do not only use our monies for St. Andrew Northwest. So sometimes when there's assistance in other constituency, based on the nature, we provide assistance. We provide medical assistance in our constituency and out of our constituency, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in sharing. 7 young persons within the constituency receive tuition assistance under that fund. We have 7 students, to Mr. Speaker, or 6 or 7, I think, who receive monthly assistance for term season. We give them assistance towards paying bus and towards maybe having food. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide hamper assistance to families in need, and after burial we provide some support to the Kajuna home, we provide support to those in shelter, and on a monthly basis we provide support, gas support, we have water connection support. We had 6 persons receiving that assistance. We give support to Wiring House under that program, and so those sporting organizations come to us for competition and for uniforms, and we also able to provide in short order those assistance, Mr. Speaker, because of this $10,000 constituency fund that we receive because of the vision of our present Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a government which is only in office for 2.5 years. And I want to stress that. This government, this current team, in fact, sometimes you hear they say, well, you still go electing what? Some of the people here wasn't even born then. So who are you talking to? Because this team is a new team. I'm the old member here. Nobody else is not old as me as it relates to representation. So what we're doing now, Mr. Speaker, is moving Grenada forward, moving St. Andrew Northwest forward. Mr. Speaker, I can stand right here in this honorable house and say that St. Andrew Northwest is safely in the hands of the National Democratic Congress now. They are supporting fully, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to get into party politics, Mr. Speaker, but just recently we had a rally, and I tried to figure what's happening. Even after the rally, my yard is filled with people asking for jerseys. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm cooking on Saturday, and a lady and her husband came in the yard, and she asked me, Mr. Mas, where's my jersey? I cannot watch them because I'm still kind of in shock. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be honest, and I said, well, I didn't know you want jersey because I know you're supporting somewhere else. She said, what happened to you? I am seeing the progress of this government. You think I'll stay stuck? You think I want to be in confusion? Mr. Speaker, she's appreciating that that is done. And that is why I want to always call to my brother that we're going forward. And I know you just did temporary because you know that. So we're moving forward with the National Democratic Congress by our Honorable Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell and his team. And so the people of St. Andrew Northwest will continue to support, will continue to work, and in 2025 we'll see more development. Last year we had 41 families receiving bathroom and toilet facility, 46 persons receiving assistance as it relates to house repair, and we had 28 new houses being built. More will be done for needy families in this year. There are few families who had issues with burial and still awaiting construction. We are preparing to start this construction. We are going to village by village, looking at the issues that confront the people within the constituency and providing the support. Mr. Speaker, we do not only sit in the office, we walk through the communities. And Mr. Speaker, on Thursdays, I normally call what I deemed taking the office to the people. And so I go house to house, meeting the people, seeing what the issues that confront them, and as a team we do it together from the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. Sometimes we work together, sometimes Sister Gloria going one section, I go into another section, and we identify the concerns that affect our people, and we are forging forward. We are not discriminating, Mr. Speaker, and that is why people feel free to say that I can support you. Because they realize that we are not looking for who is green or who is yellow or who is red, but we believe in people's development, and we are a government for all. And so I want to once again thank my team from the constituency, thank every village within the constituency, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, please permit me to place on record my thank you to the village that raised me. Because yes, some of the other villages only knew me when I got into politics. There are others where I taught. There are other children from other villages where I did private class in mathematics and so, and they attended the classes. So these people knew me. However, there are the people who carried me. The people who saw me grow are the people from Moncton. The truth is, I was born in Paraclete, so I'm a Paraclete dweller as well. But the people who lift me up are the people in Moncton. And so, when I say jump, they ask how high, the majority of them. And so I have full support And so I want to thank the guys on the block where we play mostly every night. I want to thank those in the shop. I want to thank the elderly people who have been praying for me, the prayer warriors, not only in the constituency, but of the National Democratic Congress. Sister Joan Purcell and Sister Liz Forsyth, I want to place on record my thank you to you for the support and the prayers that you have been giving me. Sister Foster and my church community, I want to thank you for that. During those difficult periods, you have been there with me, providing all the necessary support. To my family, my husband, who have been my rock, my children, who have been like liquor politicians everywhere, Mr. Speaker, sometimes they're like campaigners. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for them. I want to thank you for my constituent, my manager, my personal assistant, who's very sick with the flu, who, though mobilized, could not be here this morning. I want to thank my office manager, my other office staff, the housing coordinator, the chief community development officer who's also in the audience, our city officer, the entire executive of the National Democratic in the constituency who have been supported at the level of the constituency. I want to thank those in Adelphi who have formed their own groups, Mr. Speaker, and are looking at the issues, not issues that confront them, but issues that confront the people in the area of Birch Grove, and who are calling us, Mr. Speaker, and bringing us up to date with some of the issues and getting us to address them. I want to thank everyone, Mr. Speaker, and said to you that I am committed to continue serving the people. In conclusion, I am confident that the measures outlined in this budget will not only address immediate needs, but long-term socio-economic development, not only for my constituency, but for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Let us, as stewards of the nation's future, work collaboratively to ensure that the promises of the budget translate into tangible improvement in the lives of all Grenadians. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. Andrew Northwest, for your presentation. And I invite the Honorable MP for the Town of St. George to now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is my first budget address as what is referred to as an independent candidate, mean, as I said in the last sitting, independent of the shackles of any party line. I have no party line to carry, so I will carry what I believe is my honest view on the budget and on development of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me first thank the people at the town of St. George. I want to thank them for their continued support over the years, despite all of the ups and downs and turbulence in politics. They have been with me, and I want to thank them for that. I also want to commend the member for St. Andrew Southeast on her elevation to the position of leader of His Majesty's opposition, and to wish the outgoing opposition leader well as he transitions to a new role. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting for me to be in this position. It is a unique position to stand here as an independent candidate, but it gives me an excellent perspective on the debate. You know, it gives me a perspective that allows me, I hate using the word to be what I believe, though, is quite objective. Mr. Speaker, with respect to time, both sides have a team. I'm asking for more time than the others because they have a team, but I have the bad, bold feel we could keep everything on my own. But I know you won't give me any more time. I make up that bed, I will have to sleep in it. I will have to do the batting, the bowling, the wicket keeping, and the fielding on my own. But I was expecting some tolerance, but I know the rules won't permit it. But if you see any way to give me an extra minute, I will certainly appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, I quite enjoyed the debate, looking at it from this perspective. It was a debate that was aggressive, but there was one word one member used in the course of the debate that keeps coming back to me. Because sometimes we sound like we're fighting, so I want to welcome the students, I saw some of them here, and to assure everybody that we're not really fighting. It's just the aggressive nature of the politics. When you go to the lunchroom after, you'll see everybody sitting there eating and laughing. So please don't take it home, don't take it to your communities that the parliamentarians are fighting. Sometimes a little too much, but it is the nature of the British system. If you listen to House of Parliament in England, when they pound the table, you ain't seen nothing yet. And some countries, they actually fight in the room. I've seen it happen in places in the Far East. So I just want to assure the kids that don't bring this home. Mr. Speaker, but one of the things that I want to start by saying, and the word that I was referring to that one member used was my good friend, my schoolmate, my friend for all my life, Honorable Lennox Andrew, is ideas. I think what we need to have come out of these debates is not, it sounds sometimes, Mr. Speaker, like there's some referee scoring somewhere. You know, I give that side 5 points, I give this side 2 points. No. What has to be the result of this debate are some ideas, not only on the budget, but how we transform. The word used by the other side. How do we transform this country? And when my friend used the word yesterday, I said, yes, a bulb went off, that is what we need more of. So I hope that at the end of this debate, I'm not very optimistic because I found that there was a little too much rancor, but that we have some ideas. And I hope in my contribution, don't take it as criticisms, those are my ideas. My friend's word, on how I believe we can develop this country. Because one thing is certain, both sides of this house, this side and that side, have the interest of the country at heart. I have no doubt about that. There may be different means, different methods, different personalities, different ideas, but please, let us not degenerate into believing you the enemy. Because sometimes, and I know I preach this all the time and I will continue to preach it until it is said in my funeral that I said it too much. We are not enemies. We are all here elected by the people to do their business. Mr. Speaker, my overall view of the budget, before I get into some details about where I think specific areas need to be dealt with. First of all, there is, in my view, an over-reliance on CBI. Not that I'm suggesting we don't use it, but CBI has its own threats. There are countries in this world that have been for the last 10 years and sometimes helped by certain local activists trying to stop the program. With the reliance we have, and it's not something for this government alone, it's been all governments, please. We need to ensure that CBI, and I will come to CBI in a while, is sustainable and that we don't put too much eggs in that basket, but this is just some advice. Additionally, I know we've suspended the rules, some of the rules, fiscal rules. It had to be done because of Hurricane Beryl. It was done previously. Let us not make it too long. Because it is because of some fiscal discipline that we are where we are today. We've gone through trials. I've been around in Parliament for more than 20 years. I've been in politics for a very long time. Don't want to reveal my age right here, right now. But we got the fiscal discipline that was exercised, Mr. Speaker, is one of the reasons why we have such a well-managed economy. I'm not suggesting that the government plans to go beyond what is necessary. Just let us make sure we keep that in mind. We have a trade deficit that is still too high. There's a 2.7%. Let us look at that, but that is a difficult challenge. I'm just pointing out some of the issues because we have a reliance on imports. Small island states all have that challenge, reliance on imports, because it is difficult. I heard my friend talk about trying to get self-sufficient in chicken. That is difficult for many reasons. You know, the imports from Brazil are very cheap. Seed is expensive, and every government has tried to reduce it and break the monopoly of the company that now has it. It is difficult. So I understand why we have that deficit, but I'm saying we need to keep trying. And one thing I found, Mr. Speaker, a deficiency is lack of reference to the National Sustainable Development Plan. In fact, I am happy that the present government rolled it out after it being developed by the previous government. A clear way to show that all governments take us a particular way. The plan was developed by the previous government, rolled out by the Prime Minister in a wonderful ceremony by this government, but we need to get our hands around it and also to get our people aware of all of the tenets of the plan, because the plan goes down into our communities. The plan will not work unless it goes into the communities. And as an overarching point I want to make in my introduction, I think we need to reform more to it. Both sides of the house need to get that done. And I believe there was not sufficient emphasis on capacity building. All of us. I noticed my friend from the Northwest read a letter where they plan to do this. It's not going to start on the day you plan to start it. All of us know the challenges we have with capacity. We need to have a definite plan for capacity building. I saw it. As Minister of Agriculture in particular, I saw it. It was the most prevalent thing, because you have all this money in the budget, you have all these plans, but there's a problem in getting the money spent because you don't have the capacity in your ministries. And you must accept that, because that will come back. There are many things in the budget. When I read this year's budget, last year's budget, and the budget before, you've promised several things to be done that are not done, not because of bad intention. We have issues with our capacity to fulfill the promise that we make, all of us make, for the duration of our tenure as government ministers. And believe you me, there will come a day when you will be in opposition if you last long enough. But members here will be in government. The issue of capacity comes up for all of us. I've been around long enough to understand that. Mr. Speaker, so those are some of the overarching issues I have. Let me just get into some specifics. Mr. Speaker, one of the major issues we have is health care. Health care is a critical issue. There are urgent issues to be dealt with. And healthcare is not just an issue in Grenada. And we must never make it believe that this is an issue here. In fact, the US elections sometimes turn on what's happening in healthcare. In Europe, in Canada, there's always a conversation about healthcare. So we should always have a conversation about healthcare. There are some urgent issues. I have no difficulty with a decision to build a new hospital. I believe there are issues to be worked out with its operationalization, because if we can't run the small one, I am sure we have the capacity, but we need to build the capacity. I heard the Prime Minister just said, or the Minister of Health say, they're working on that. So that needs to be focused on, ensuring that we just don't build a big white elephant, as some other countries in the region have done. So maybe we need to look at the experience of other countries CCO has done. And a new hospital is not a magic wand. A new hospital will not come and solve people's problems tomorrow morning. There's still the cost of getting the health care. There's the issue of access to health care. There are a whole heap of issues that need to be dealt with. It is a good decision to improve our hospitals. The only issue I have is to ensure that the hospital does not become an albatross around the neck of the Ministry of Health. Running and financing a new state-of-the-art hospital is something we need to have more discussions about as to its operationalization. But there are things we need to do today. There are people in the hospital today. There are people facing challenges today. There are people who can't get tests done today. There are people who need to get something done, some medication. They can't get it today. So we don't want, while the grass is growing, the horse is starving. So let's keep our focus, because you said 2026, and if you said 2026, God forbid, I know it will be maybe an election or two down the road. I grew up at a time when the airport was promised since 1960. It didn't come into being until 1979, and it took a whole revolution to get here. But I'm not suggesting that will happen, but I'm just saying, while the grass is growing, let us solve some of these problems. I believe we should do a lot of focus on preventative care. You know, diabetes, stroke, prostate issues are issues that we all confront every day in your families. There are tests that need to be done, and people have to go to the hospital, come into St. George's. Maybe we need to have more community-based testing. I'm not sure. I'm sure the minister will respond that something is being done. If that is so, then fine. I am simply coming with some ideas, as my brother says. You know, men in our society just afraid to go to the doctor. We need to develop programs to get them there. Women go all the time because women always go to the doctor. Men don't test the prostate, and then you hear the doctor say prostate enlarged. But I have a brother a friend actually, who said to me that, well, my prostate good, I did a test the other day. When we checked the data, the test was 6 years ago. But he's so afraid of the doctor that he ain't going back, although the doctor told him he had some challenges. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying therefore we need to access preventative care and easier access to it and more education, in addition to the fact that we need to have them in the communities. We need more, Mr. Speaker, community-based healthcare. There are ways in which we can get these tests done out in the rural areas rather than having people come to the hospital, blood tests, etc., etc. We've made a lot of progress in breast cancer and testing for breast cancer. I want to commend the associations and the community groups that help with that. It has taken women a far way in dealing with that problem of breast cancer. We need to service the underserved communities in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, and I think the Minister of Health admitted that things have deteriorated at the hospital. He said it has not improved since 2022. I told him yesterday I really respected his comments on that it has not improved. Maybe he said much, I don't know what was the word. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, the minister did not come here and say everything is hunky-dory. And I respect that, because that means that he's open to new ideas. And I suggest that we get new ideas as to how these tests can be done, how we can improve medication, and believe you me, there are members on the other side who can assist in that if he's open to that discussion. I heard you say that you're getting an assessment from Mount Sinai. That is good, except to say that I think the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, had done some assessments in the past. Let's not scrap everything that was done before because you want to claim it as yours. And that brings me to NHI. NHI was a project started by the previous administration, and it is one that is going to continue in the new administration. I don't know the reasons for it, but I do know that there was an arrangement with a group called JIPA, and that it was stopped. You know why it was stopped? I don't know. So please, don't jump down my throat and come and say, well, you're talking. I am simply saying that I believe that some foundational work was done. At the time, I know there was a very capable group of experts who were involved in that. All I'm asking, I'm not asking you to go back to JIPA. I'm saying please embrace the ideas and the work that was done in getting NHI to us as quickly as possible. Because access to health care through a national health insurance is something that we all agree on, and it is something that we all believe will help us. The only issue I have is that we need to get it done quickly. I don't think there's a disagreement about the process, maybe here or there. The other issue is the statutorization of the hospitals. I have no issue with that except to say that the unions should be involved. Again, They may be already, maybe all of these ideas you have considered. Simply say, we've considered, we disagree, we disagree. So my dear colleagues of this House, I believe healthcare, those are some of the issues I believe that must be addressed in healthcare urgently. I like the shiny castle on the hill of a new hospital, but I prefer that our people live long enough to see that new hospital, and that will be done by dealing with some of the issues today. Mr. Speaker, education, and I have to move fast because I didn't hear you respond and I had more time, so I'm working with the 1 hour that you give the teams. Mr. Speaker, with respect to education, we welcome, at least I welcome, you see, even my language I have to use now, I welcome the school bus program. I think it's good. I think it's good for several reasons. I represent a lot of people in the court who have difficulties that arise because of the fact that they have to engage the public buses. And I believe a school bus program for our kids that is safe and secure is something that all of us should embrace. But also, there are some other issues in education. I think we should find ways to align, and I didn't see much of that, or didn't hear much of that from the minister, align our post-secondary education to the needs of our workforce and to the needs of our economy. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. The example of marine and yachting sector. That is a critical sector, a sector where we can make a whole lot of money. It is a sector that is good because Grenada is furthest in the south. I mean, the Minister of Tourism would have heard that a lot. We're furthest in the south apart from Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago has a strong sector by way of repairs and all of that with yachts because they are out of the hurricane belt. Grenada has safe harbors and is furthest south. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not have, there is a strong deficiency in formal training programs at TAMCC or New Law. This shortfall not only hampers our youth from getting access to training in that regard, but it undermines one of our most vital economic sectors. In fact, a study conducted between 2012 and 2013 revealed that a net of $130 million as a result of repairs and maintenance accounting for about 25% of our GDP. It is revealed that nearly 1,000 people were employed, underscoring the importance of that sector. So I said to the Minister of Education and the government that we need to align our education system to what our economy needs. And because you see, it forces employers now to seek workers in other countries. So you have to send to St. Lucia sometimes. I know when the hotels were being built, we had to send to St. Lucia for tilers. There is an importation of workers because of this disconnect between our education system, particularly at the post-secondary vocational training. I think we need to expand TAMCC and expand its reach and to ensure that they are able to link with the sectors. For example, research and innovation. We need to do more research. One of the deficiencies in our small islands is research. We have Grenadians who are capable all over the world, and we have Grenadians who live here, coming out of secondary school, very capable. I think research and innovation should be something that we should look at by way of in the post-secondary institutions. Adult education programs and community-based learning. Why do I say that? Technology is changing all the time, and there are people who need upgrades in their capacity to use the technology. I mean, the young people have young kids and grandkids who get quick with the technology, but Mr. Speaker, me and you have to learn this new technology. Even using a cell phone is something you have to sit and learn. We need to get community-based adult education programs so that people can be retooled. People can be retooled to use the technology. Farmers can be retooled to use technology. As technology being used in all sectors, I think we as a country need to ensure that we talk about the youth all the time, and it's good. But there's a group of people who also need education and training because the technology has gone and left them. And the community-based learning institutions can be good with that. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that is also critical is the issue of national security. I want to commend the government for the pay and grade for the police, and to commend the construction of some of the facilities I see have been improved. The Minister of National Security hears that. I want to commend them. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I know we all recognize the critical pillar of national security. The fact that tourism is one of our primary pillars of our economy relies to a large extent on Grenada being known as a safe place to go. There are countries in the region who downplay their crime statistics because they don't want the world to know that their crime rate is high, because they understand the link between that and the economy. In fact, but we glorify crime. Every week you see a big crime story on the front page as if that reflects Grenada. It does not. It's a small group. But that goes out there as if that is what Grenada is. Mr. Speaker, it is a critical area, but it not only involves crime, but it must be an assessment of the risks that we have and the threats and strategies, Mr. Speaker, to respond to those risks and threats. It must involve an assessment of the appropriateness of all of the institutions that we have. I think sometimes we rely too much on the RGPF to solve all of issues of national security. Mr. Speaker, there's one island in the region that just established a minister of crime prevention. And I believe that's an excellent idea that we should look at. The Ministry of National Security cross-cuts all social dynamics. National culture, the state of the economy, the state of our youth, all of these things must be looked at on the issue of national security. We must approach national security in an all-inclusive way. Mr. Speaker, I believe that reliance on the RGPF is not sufficient. We should bring parties together, Mr. Speaker. We should ensure that we have a national crime prevention action plan, a national prevention action plan, not to wait until crime has been committed, which is what was done in the House a few months ago. We passed legislation. The House passed legislation to deal with crime, but after the crimes were committed. And crimes continue to be committed. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, as a defense attorney who sees it every day in my life. Every day. Mr. Speaker, we need as a nation, not as a government, as a nation to find a way to embrace the solutions to that. So I call on the Minister of National Security and willing to work along with the Minister of National Security. These are some of my ideas on how we can deal with the issue of national security. A national crime prevention strategy led, Mr. Speaker, by a minister who is responsible for prevention of crime. And that, of course, Mr. Speaker, would involve the areas of the prison services, youth programs, probation unit, social services unit. All of these people must be brought together. Again, maybe it's an idea that you've thought of, but certainly, if it is, I support it. If not, I urge you, let us consider that. We need new ideas. We cannot continue on the old path of believing we're going to execute everybody who commits a crime, because we're not going to execute them, and crime will be continued. A national prevention strategy must be employed, bringing together again, not two tribal factions, And I'm saying this as somebody who stands out of it now. Let us come together to deal with a national crisis that is around the corner on the issue of national security. Not only with respect to crimes that have been committed, but let us find ways to prevent it. And there are enough experts around the world who can help us with that. Mr. Speaker, Marketing Board, agriculture in general. On Marketing Board, I start with. Mr. Speaker, we all agree a couple of years ago that Marketing Board needs to be overhauled and upgraded in its capacity. I said that when the issue was raised in the last budget, and I repeat it, I support an upgrading of Marketing Board. But we also agree that Marketing Board plays a critical role, not only in the agricultural sector, but in the economy. In fact, when Marketing Board was envisioned, around 1982-83, the purpose of Marketing Board was to help with exports of our agricultural products, and I'm repeating for those who are not aware, and the importation of the inputs, the fertilizers, the spades, the tools, the implements used, the inputs that are used in agriculture. And it was hoped that that could be brought in at a reasonable price. In fact, sugar was only added to it because sugar came from the previous government before the revolution as a monopoly for a businessman. Those of us who remember that. So sugar was given to the Marketing Board as a means of raising income. It was not meant to be what it developed into, which is a supermarket. But Mr. Speaker, we are now in 2025. In fact, when the member spoke, the Minister of Finance, in 2023, he said, after widespread consultations, we have made the prudent decision to transition out of the MNIB into a largely private sector-led entity. This decision was widely criticized, but it was a decision that was made. He also said that at the time he had received the first draft of the framework for the establishment of the new private sector-led entity, and further, that the entity would be fully operational by June 2014. You ended your comments by saying, while they talk, we do. Sounds very dramatic. They're talking, we're doing, but it was not done. And I'm not trying to be dramatic now. I'm saying, June 2024. June 2024, we are now close to June 2025. It was not done. No. I started my comments this evening by saying that there is limited capacity and beware of the promises you make. But you promised. Today, I hear you saying that you're in a process, but you face delays because of some financial statements. But farmers are waiting. The Marketing Board must be dealt with urgently as a matter of priority because it affects the lives of our farmers. And while I understand that there are capacity issues and not every promise you make will be kept, and we'll see some others, you have to push urgently to get it done. The farmers are waiting. 3 years have passed. Marketing Board is nowhere to be seen. I criticize the private sector-led entity. I think in your comments to the House member, you suggested that you were going in a slightly different path. But I think that should be made known to all of us. Remember, these entities are public entities and must be developed and must be overhauled in the public view. Nothing to be done without the farmers, the primary stakeholders, becoming aware of it. And Mr. Speaker, I heard no comments made by my friend from Southwest St. Andrew about the commodity boards. I guess that is out of bounds. He did not mention it. I have no update, but the commodity boards are important. And I know they must be still going through some financial issues. I certainly know that there's one commodity board that's facing some financial issues. I would have liked for us to hear more about the state of the nutmeg industry, the state of the cocoa industry, and in particular, the state of the boards that manage that industry. Maybe the member for St. David, the member for St. David is now primarily the Minister of Tourism. Sorry. He will, the member maybe will make a public statement on the status of the commodity boards. Another issue that I was surprised, I heard no comment on is pre-deal larceny. In fact, when I heard nothing said, nothing said of substance, I thought maybe we'd solve the problem. But so I reached out to a farmer the night we left here, and he said that still remains a number one problem. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying that we need to deal with the issues that confront the farmers. If pre-deal larceny is one of them, I believe the House should be made aware as to what was done from the last sitting of budget, because they are budgeted. They are there. They need to be explained what exactly is done. I see every year we have the same comments. Pre-deal larceny continues to be an issue, Mr. Speaker, continues to plague the sector. But I think a major issue is labor in agriculture. The first time I became Minister of Agriculture, I was absolutely amazed on the issue of how labor is dealt with in the Ministry of Agriculture. It remains one of the most pressing issues, Mr. Speaker, but not just labor, but trained labor. And I come back to the issue I raised about our post-secondary institutions. Vocational training. We need to train some young people specialized in agriculture. TAMCC has a branch at Marylebone. It needs to be upgraded. The last time I visited it, it was down. We need to ensure that young people can prune. Young people can deal with the drains for particular crops. We need to ensure that our young people are trained to deal with the sector that is most important to us. And that will be done, Mr. Speaker, by working with our vocational institutions, TAMCC, NULO, to train people. I know the importance, my friend from St. Patrick West talked about the digital economy. Digital economy is fine, but farmers still have to plant. And we don't reach the plant where we're planting yet by digital means. So we need to train our young people, because a lot of the older pruners and so on are retiring, and we are not replacing them. So I urge you to work with TAMCC, utilize TAMCC to ensure that we align our post-secondary education to the needs of our economy. Mr. Speaker, something else I didn't hear spoken about is the land bank. What is the state of the land bank? Access to land is critical. What is the state of the land bank? Has that project been abandoned? I know that there was some talk about youth in agriculture being moved to another area. What is the position? It is in the budget. It is mentioned. But we need some details on land bank and youth in agriculture. Because if our agricultural sector is to survive, young people must be attracted to it. No young person going into agriculture now the way their fathers and grandfathers used to do it. Let us modernize the sector. I've heard the word used over and over and over. If we are to modernize it, it has to start with training. Our vocational institutions must be part of that training. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the issue of chicken is one that plagues us. In cheap imports from Brazil, our obligations under the WTO, all these things bar us from making the necessary moves that we need to make. Barbados has made some moves in that regard. They have done it because they have a different arrangement, I understand, with the WTO. But the difference is always between what is necessary and what is possible. What is necessary and what is possible. And while we can talk about reducing our chicken imports, how we do it. We need to address that. We need to address the issue of cheaper feeds. Every administration has come. We must at some point come to a conclusion that some things can't be done. And we find other ways of doing it. But every administration for as long as I have been around have tried to do that, and we keep coming back to it, with no new ideas, my friend from St. Andrew Southwest, no new ideas on how do we get more local chicken on the market. I said it over and over as Minister of Agriculture, and I'm here standing today hearing it again. The other issue in agriculture that I was a bit surprised about is cannabis. Cannabis. Who mentioned it? Somebody mentioned it. I think the Minister of Agriculture again mentioned we will be decriminalizing. But that wasn't your promise, my friend. I tell you again, beware of what you promised. Previous administration promised decriminalization, so you went on the campaign and said, you're going further than decriminalizing, you're going to legalize. Your words, not mine. So there was a promise to legalize. I said at the time that there is no way you're going to legalize. In fact, one member of your committee, I bet him $10,000 he can't do it. He promised to get legalized by the end of last year. It's difficult, and we must admit that some of your promises, some of the promises you made could not be fulfilled, and legalizing cannabis is one of them. So now you've come to reality. I just use this as an example of don't overpromise. Just like your position on CBI. We'll come to CBI in a minute. So you're going to decriminalize. Let me say this to you. The legislation you're talking about that I have reviewed was in the parliament before, so you have the legislation. So don't tell the people that you're reviewing any legislation. It's already there with everything in it. The legislation was presented about 5 years ago and is in the House. But I have no issue with that. I'm not saying it as a criticism, I'm just telling you where to find it. Just helping you, ideas. I urge you to also study the Caribbean Commission's report. The Caribbean Commission and local churches and NGOs, Sandra Ferguson was deeply involved with it, had several consultations. And while they agreed that decriminalizing is good for certain aspects of our society, including not getting criminal records for small quantities, there's a whole plethora of things, they were concerned that unless we recognize that there are some people that are negatively affected by it. Just like alcohol. Alcohol is there. Everybody inside it, maybe most people take a sip, but there are some people, if they take a sip, they're going off their rockers. We should make sure that we are aware of the effects it may have on certain young people, negative effects. And that is why I am surprised that I'm not hearing much talk about the Carlton Home, which was another promise you made. The Carlton, I know, but it has not come to be. It's not there. But we need to have these facilities available when you're making a step like that, which was one of the reasons that it was delayed. Because you must know. I know it. I grew up at a time when cannabis just came in. I know. I have colleagues, close friends, who are negatively affected by it. If you have 10 people, 1 or 2 of them might be negatively affected. When they are, you must have the facilities available to deal with them. And that must be taken into account. Don't just announce decriminalization. Announce decriminalization with what? And if you look at the West Indian Commission report on cannabis, it gives you all of that. In addition to the position of the churches, the Catholic Church was very instrumental. Go back to those reports of these consultations and you will certainly see these issues being raised. Mr. Speaker, with limited time, let me run on foreign policy. Let me commend the member for St. Patrick West on his presentation. I told him he was speaking like the old MBPM candidate he used to be. That's back in the days. Most people only know what I'm talking about. But he's my good friend for a long time. It was a good show of what Grenada can be done. I want to particularly agree with your Africa initiative. I like the Africa initiative. It's something that previously when I was foreign minister, it's something we were looking at, made visits to the countries. I wanted to commend that. And the Canadian Embassy. I want to commend you on that. Except to say that I lament the failure of the CARICOM OECS initiative. You know, there was an initiative, and you would know it years ago, where we came together to cut costs, to have these joint embassies in London, in Toronto, in several places. I know we're still doing it in Morocco and maybe Africa. I think Kenya has one. I lament it because OECS is one of the best regional integration initiatives in the world. I mean, you have the bank, you have the judiciary, you have civil aviation. We in the smaller islands of the region have done well to work together. There's a lot that we have achieved. It is sad that we couldn't achieve joint embassies, because it helps us, not only helps us to cut costs, but it also helps us to have joint foreign policy initiatives and have these discussions. But I want to commend, because it failed, it is why we have to have our own, but I still dream of the day when, a dream that was shared by as far back as T.A. Marshall, who was a member of parliament from my constituency, the idea of federation, which became CARICOM, which, we have the sub-region over the OECS. I also commend the strong defense of Cuba. I don't know, I can't find words that I can use in the House to describe the policy on particularly the Cuban Medical Brigade. I saw a comment by the Prime Minister a few weeks ago, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, where he defended our right to have relations with Cuba, but I also want to say that we must be strong on Cuba's right to determine their own destiny. And I think that's all integrated. Cuba's right to determine their destiny. I think that is something we all can agree on. In fact, I saw something on Facebook saying there was a survey of people who felt we should maintain relations with Cuba, and the result was 100%. I'm not sure if it's true, but that's what I saw. And certainly I didn't bat an eye, because I know that will be the position in Grenada. But there's another foreign policy issue that I want to address. I think I heard the Prime Minister once refer to it. The flow of arms, small arms, into the region. Recently, President Trump imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico because of the flow of fentanyl. That's the drug, fentanyl. He said fentanyl was flowing over the Canadian border into the U.S. and flowing over the Mexican border into the U.S. Well, small arms are all fentanyl. Small arms are all fentanyl. We don't produce small arms. I don't know. I mean, apart from a long time, I know man used to have a little filoto and them things. We produce no small arms. We must engage, and I think the Prime Minister did indicate that CARICOM is doing it. I would like to hear the results of the initiatives to engage the U.S. the same way the U.S. is trying to pressure Mexico and Canada to do more to stop the flow. They must do more to stop the flow of small arms into our region. But the U.S. believes in, what amendment it is? Remind me. Second Amendment, is it? The Second Amendment right to arms. That Second Amendment right to bear arms is what is on our streets. So I urge you, Mr. Foreign Minister and Prime Minister, to please talk to the United States with your CARICOM partners, and I'm sure you're doing it already, to ensure that we don't have that. Regional transportation is critical, and also I want to join the Minister in thanking all of our partners, China, Morocco, Cuba, all of the countries you mentioned earlier, Venezuela, all of the countries who have helped us in these crises. I want to thank all of them for their continued support. Grenada will not be where it is were it not the support, for example, of Venezuela during the oil crisis back in 2008 when President Chavez came with the PetroCaribe initiative. So I want to thank all of them on behalf of the people of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, on tourism, the member, I guess he had to be brief, mentioned the only thing he spoke about was the integration of tourism and culture. I just want to say to the minister that is an initiative that is as old as Adam. We've always had tourism ministries and and culture ministries integrated. Unfortunately, they were separated some time ago, but we need to get them back. I agree with you on that, because culture and tourism, there is a synergy there. In fact, and then you spoke about the festivals. Well, I would urge that you speak to my good friend, Senator Gill, still call him Senator, who started several festivals, the Anti-Tax Price Festival, Common Folk Festival. He started the Film Commission, the Grenada Fashion Association, the Fine Arts Gallery. He is a good resource person, now very much involved in the reparations, but a very good resource person to help tourism. I would have liked to hear more about tourism, its impact and plans for the future. I don't see much of that, but certainly I'm sure you'll have an opportunity later to do that. Transportation, that is a baby that I've spoken about over and over. I welcome the initiative in that regard, but I urge us to do more. And when I look at the south of the island, I think we need to come together to develop a plan for the south. The south is developing in an unplanned way. One of the challenges we have in this country is hating to plan. We like to just get up tomorrow morning and say we're building, for example, the police station and the Carnage. I'm not condemning it. But is it what we plan for the Carnage for the next 15 years? I don't know. I would like to see the police station fit into the overall plan to one of the most beautiful places in this country, the Carnage. I'm saying everything should fit into a 5-10-year plan. That is why I urge us to look at the National Sustainable Development Plan and break it down into pieces so that everything we do is planned. Many of you visited China. You see how China engaged in planning? They plan what is going to be built. I went to a place in China where the Kutama was going to be built 10 years from now. So I urge the south of the island, where traffic is becoming difficult, I'm going to come to the town of St. George in a minute, that we should develop a plan for it so that successive governments don't come into office and dash away this project and dash away that project because we all have agreed on a plan, which is what the National Sustainable Development Plan is supposed to be. That is why I'm talking about it. We need to plan our development. The haphazard nature of development is not good. I'm sure the economists in the room will tell you that. My good friend from St. Andrews Southwest, you were trained in planning, weren't you? When you studied economics in Havana. It was very much a plan, as is my brother Cornwall. So they know about planning in economics. And I'm not suggesting that we go down the road of a fully planned economy, but I'm saying that all businesses, every business in the town has to have a plan. Every project has a plan. Physical planning wants to give you plans, but we also need a plan that everything fits into. Again, my friend from St. Andrews Southwest, just an idea. Take it or leave it. Maybe you've thought about it already. CBI, just a few words on CBI, Mr. Speaker. I've always argued that we need more local investors in CBI, so I welcome the initiative to give some incentives to local investors. I want to commend Richard Nixon and Oliver Paul. I think they may be the only two. I'm not sure, maybe the member of Finance can help me, or the Prime Minister. I think Richard Nixon and Oliver Paul are the two people who have been brave enough to do CBI over the years. I welcome the initiative, and the details are in the budget speech. But I have also said that we should get projects, particularly in agriculture, out of CBI, so that the rural communities can understand what the CBI thing is to them. I've said it when I was in the previous government, I'll say it again. To a man in the countryside, CBI is some people coming from foreign and building a hotel in the south or a hotel in St. David. They do not know how it directly, of course, they know how it affects them indirectly, affects them. So let us find a concessionary way of putting a CBI project in agriculture. And I also have an idea. I had this idea for years, the York House. I believe, and let me say it again on the record, that the York House in town, the former parliament, should be developed using a CBI project, making it a national archive and national library and digital library. I know the guys would say these days it's digital library, with an art gallery at the downstairs so people can come and appreciate Grenadian art. I believe we can get persons to invest CBI. There are people who want to become Grenadian citizens who would love to invest in culture and in art. I think the York House building, as we call it, former parliament, should be used. As I said, we can't put back the library. Everybody talks about the library. I don't think it can go back where it was. I think we should move it to the York House, develop it as a national archive, and a library that is digital. That's my idea. Couldn't get it done before, maybe I could get it done now. Maybe I could urge you, the younger generation, to see the wisdom of that idea. I believe it's a good idea, but it's a matter for you. You have the purse strings and CBI with you. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming close today, Mr. Speaker, so I'm playing a one-man game, but all right, Mr. Speaker, I'll go to a committee on the issue.
Honorable MP. I expect you to use your
To go with the rule.
appointed time, and if you need more time, you so appeal to the chair.
I'll use my membership in one of your select committees to raise the issue, Mr. Speaker. Unfair of me to raise it in the Open House. Much obliged. Mr. Speaker, the town of St. George, let me say this. I welcome again. Somebody mentioned the $10,000 like if it's $1 million we get in. Mr. Speaker, the $10,000 I appreciate it. No, wait for this, wait for this. I am happy because $10,000 less coming out in my pocket. Mr. Speaker, I'm fine. But it's more still have to come out when the $10,000 done. That's what you know. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the government's efforts, particularly the announcement you made about strengthening the constituencies. I believe it's important. I believe it's important that we strengthen the MPs in the Constitution. The MPs are elected, not the caretakers. I don't know what is a caretaker, that's a party concept. So when my friends said they're walking around with a caretaker, I had to go and find out if I could dig into the dictionary to see who fits that purpose. As far as I see in the Constitution, there's nothing called caretaker. But you know what's happening, Mr. Speaker? Caretakers are replacing MPs. I am the member of Parliament elected by the people of the town of St. George. So my friend says we should be grateful for the 10,000. I am, but I'll be grateful if I can speak like my member for Southeast. My member for Southeast was talking about slipper drains, and he was talking in his capacity as MP. Slipper drains that he built, roads that he fixed, all kinds of beautiful things that I wish I had access to. I'm grateful for the 10,000. I'm saying I'm not. I'm saying I would be grateful if MPs on this side and that side are treated in a way that the people of the constituency can see we're doing something. You see, the thing is, there is a danger, and I'm not blaming any side. I'm not in any tribe. You want me to put table there? I'll put it there. I am raising it as a member of Parliament like every other member. When you come around and bring somebody you have that you want to run in the next election, that's why it's good politics, but it's bad governance. Because your turn will come, my brothers and sisters. It will come. When you are in opposition and you will be complaining that this side over here is doing things to help their caretakers to win the next elections. I'm just suggesting an idea, my brother, that we treat, and I appreciate your efforts, Prime Minister, because you did say you're going to strengthen parliamentary offices. You didn't say NDC parliamentary offices. You said, oh, I appreciate that and thank you for that. But let us strengthen all of the MPs. So my sister Kate, when you're building, having a project up there, you go, you ask her to come in, consult. Sister Kate, do you believe that this satisfies the needs of the people who elected you? You understand? It has to be done. You see, who elected her? The point I'm making, and this is not me complaining. I'll be fine. My tenure is way shorter than any of you on inside here. But I'm speaking because I have experience in how the system works. And believe in me, I've been this side, that side, this side, that side. We need to build Grenada. Let us stop drawing the line down the center here. This is Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, I have made the point in that regard. Let me move on. The river project, the River Road Rehabilitation Project. I know you expect me to raise it, but I have not heard it mentioned before I raised it. So if you expected me to raise it, I would have expected that I would get a comment before I raised it. We need to get the project completed. The reason why the river came over the bank in the last storms last year is because there are areas that are incomplete. We need to get the bridges done. And I started by saying we have capacity problems. You remember that? Capacity problems. But we need to prioritize that project because somebody will go down the river and somebody will have to account for that. I also believe that I mentioned the Your House project. I believe that project is a good project, not only for the town of St. George, but for the country. But I also believe that the vendors in the town of St. George, again, what I will say here is an idea I've had for a long time. When the new port was built, several years ago, there was a whole heap of criticism. You remember that? He was going to mash up Grenada's Beach, he was going to do this, he was going to do that, everybody is cussing. Typical Grenada politics. You do, I cuss, I do, you cuss, and that's how it was. But the port has come, and everybody now welcomes the port. Because the port, tourism, cruise ships are doing well with it, and we must be thankful for it. Mr. Speaker, in mentioning that, I forgot to mention something on CBI when I spoke about it. We should, in all of our deliberations on CBI, recognize that it's two administrations that is benefiting from CBI. So in all of your comments, I want you to accept the fact that it was the previous administration that was bold enough to do CBI, and let's give some credit there. And the persons you are getting now, all of the files and all of the income is as a result of that work. And I think we should just recognize that, because it helps us to know that everybody in here does, even a stop clock. You ever thought of this? Even a clock that's not working is right twice a day. You got it. You understand? It's right twice a day, even if it's not working. So don't let it be like everything you do here is bad, and we believe everything you do is bad. It's a new perspective, a new perspective. Anyway, let me get back to the town of St. George. When that project was done, the port project, there was also a plan to reclaim the areas beyond the fish market, going up outside of Greenbridge, outside of the stadium. I believe that we should look at that. I'm not suggesting it could be done next week or next year, but it has to start somewhere. To reclaim, for several reasons. One, we need a good parking spaces in the town of St. George. Businesses are being stifled because people can't park in the town of St. George. In addition to that, we need a place for vendors. Our business, small businessmen and women, we call them vendors, they need a place. If we can reclaim that area, I'm just planting the seeds of thought now, as my friend said, an idea. If we can reclaim that area, get a parking lot, maybe replace this bus terminus, put the parking lot there and a bus terminus further, but we can sit and discuss the details. But the reclamation of that entire area, from the present fish market going up to Cherry Hill, will certainly help us get more land. One of Grenada's challenges is available land. We're small. Yes, there's exactly, Mr. Minister, a lack of availability of flat lands. That can help us. An idea that may go beyond my time, but certainly an idea that we need to discuss. Mr. Speaker, the traffic in the town of St. George is held, so that can help. With respect to the youth, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that our young people, you know, the Ministry of Youth, the other day, there was an activity in Monroe, in my constituency, a beautiful activity. The other lady was there, I don't know, can't remember the word you used to describe her. She was there too, and I was there. The Honorable Attorney General. That is the word. So when my friend said she was walking with somebody, it was the Attorney General. Well, there we go. I understand. Yes. Well, she said a lady walked to the hall. I'm saying it's the same lady. She described it as that, not me. You know, I'm totally. She's my friend, actually, Prime Minister. So she won't take any offense. She is my friend, my good friend. I'm just referring to what the member said over here. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that these youth need, and I know it was spoken about, they want to be businessmen and businesswomen. The big thing now, in my generation, we wanted to be rebels. My friend from St. Andrews, Southwest, you know that. These young people want to be businessmen. My friend, the member for South St. George, well aware of the young people, wanted to be that. So as a member of St. Patrick's, Mr. Speaker, can I have just 1 minute to wrap up? The bell went off. 1 minute, please. Yeah, well, no, it's the first bell, Mr. Speaker, I agree, it's the first bell. No, it's the first bell.
I give you 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. You want to give it a first? As a member of St. Patrick's West said, young people these days want to ask you for some way of establishing a business. Which brings me to another aspect of what you said, member, that we should have training in the communities, and I know someone's tried under the former administration, where there were business. I remember Oliver Joseph, Minister Joseph, and others going to the communities to try to train young people in business. Because most people just believe they could buy a couple things, sell it, they make the money. It is much more complicated than that. You want them to pay taxes, you want them to open a bank account, you want them to have an accountant, you want to do all that. I believe the communities and the community work that we refer to should include a level of training, not just bring them around a pot and we drink and we talk and so on, but to have them engage in business. And I think that should be done throughout our schools. That we teach them how to become entrepreneurs. I think that is an idea that can help young people go beyond where they are. Because no matter the amount of talk you do, at the end of the day, these people want to make their lives better than their fathers and mothers' lives. Train them to become businessmen and businesswomen. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to close by thanking all of the members again. I said this is a new position I'm in, where I see the world in slightly different lenses, Mr. Speaker, but it's good. Because I think it shows me that there are good things coming out on this side. I think the members on this side made a good show. They explained their positions, they criticized, which is something that we all have to do. They had critical observations. I think members on the other side indicated what they were doing. At the end of the day, we must leave these budget debates better able to appreciate what it is that we have and how we can make it better. Not in any sectarian way, Mr. Speaker, but together. And I hope that my contribution helps in that regard. I have had a long time in this House, Mr. Speaker, and certainly a long time in the political life of Grenada. We have made progress, but not nearly enough progress that we would have made if we brought all the ideas together. If you, not on everything, I don't have an idealistic view that will everybody sing Kumbaya and hug about level, but at least when we come to this house, we try to get the ideas in the midst of the criticism that we have to accept, and so we do. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank everybody. Thank you for listening. You seem to have listened well. I knew, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't getting that much pounding at the table because I don't have a team. But I am fine with that. There we go. I have to beg for a pump. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Honorable MP for the Tongue of St. George, for your contribution to this Honorable House. And I now invite the Honorable MP for South St. George to make his contribution.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone in the House. And Mr. Speaker, while listening to my friend, Brother David on the side, I just want to say the motto of the story is, when you're in good house, don't let bad house call you. Because the bad house that call you right now is on the verge of collapse. So we sympathize with you.
Do you have space for it?
Sister Delma is saying, no, we have space for you. So you have an option. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this moment to formally congratulate the leader of the opposition on her position. Mr. Speaker, I just hope that the change in guards, Mr. Speaker, will mean we will change the scope of politics from the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I want to wish her a very long time in opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the leader of the opposition that politics is not a sprint, but rather a marathon. So pace yourself.
because from the likes of it, according to what we are seeing, I want to reiterate the point that you may be in opposition for a long time. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of revenue and expenditure for 2025. Just 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking my constituency of St. George South for the faith that they have placed in me. Mr. Speaker, I take my constituency very serious, and I try my best, Mr. Speaker, to represent the people of my constituency. So today I stand before this House deeply humbled and honored to be the Member of Parliament for St. George South. The Great South, Mr. Speaker, as I call it. And I am here because of their trust, their belief in me, and their unwavering support. Mr. Speaker, when we were victorious at the election, Mr. Speaker, it was not a victory for me, but it was a victory for every person in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, who believe we can build a better Grenada and South. Mr. Speaker, when this journey started, I never imagined it would be easy, but I knew it would be worth it. It has been an incredible experience thus far. And to my constituents, your voices have helped shape my vision for the constituency, and I promise I will not let you down. Mr. Speaker, to my constituency, I say this. This is a moment to reflect on what we have accomplished together, but also to look ahead of the work that lies before us. We are more than just a constituency, but we are a community of strong, resilient, and passionate people. And you have chosen me to represent you in Parliament, and I will do so with pride, integrity, and with unwavering commitment to your needs. Together, people of St. George South, we will tackle the issues that matters most to you. Whether it be better healthcare, more job opportunities, improved infrastructure, or support for local businesses. We will work together to create a constituency that we can all be proud of. And also a constituency where every person can strive. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to focus on building a stronger and more connected constituency, I am proud to report of the significant progress we have made in improving road infrastructure throughout the constituency. Mr. Speaker, roads are the lifeblood of our community, enabling better access, growth, and development. Under our administration, we have made sure that our people's needs are met with urgency and commitment. Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment to highlight some of the achievements in road construction we have made over the past year. And Mr. Speaker, I could tell you about 15 or 20, but because of time, I'll break it down to 4. For years, the community of Guankai was neglected by the previous administration. But Mr. Speaker, on June 23rd, 2022, the Mamagism ended. Mr. Speaker, what was noticed was that when elections were close, the previous administration would go to Guankai, Mr. Speaker, grade the road, throw some binders, and that's it. And promises were made of a road, and nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that we are not in an election year. We are about 2 and some years away from election. And to date, we have completed construction on the Guankai Road. Mr. Speaker, water is essential and important to life. The people of Guankai was clamoring for some pipes to be run, Mr. Speaker, so that they can get water in the community for years, Mr. Speaker, more than probably 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, the only time the people got the pipes run in Guankai for them to get water was last year. Mr. Speaker, we are in the process now, as we speak today, Nawasa, they are doing the foundation for a big tank to be placed at the community of Guankai so that it can feed Guankai and various areas in the south. Mr. Speaker, let's go to the Chublu Road. We always boast that SGU brings approximately more than 25% or adds to our GDP, more than 25%. And Mr. Speaker, the state of the Chublu Road has been in a deplorable condition for years. For years. And Mr. Speaker, it took this administration, Mr. Speaker, just 2.5 years in office, not 23, to resurface that road. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, Gary may be smiling in his grave now. Mr. Speaker, I want you to watch a pattern. Coffee Hill, Mr. Speaker. I remember last election, I saw my rival up in Coffee Hill walking, doing roads. And the people were saying, but just because it's election, you're doing the roads, Mr. Speaker. As soon as the election done, that's it. Wherever they stop, that's where they leave it. But, Mr. Speaker, if the intention was pure and true, they would have started the road even before elections, like what I am doing now. Mr. Speaker, the people of Coffee Hill can boast of a completed road today. And Mr. Speaker, that is what you call genuine representation. Mr. Speaker, when we came in office, there was a project called UKSIF. The UKSIF project was dated since 2016. We got a grant of approximately $80 million. Is equivalent now to our current account surplus. $80 million since 2016. Mr. Speaker, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, nothing was done. So what happened? The UK took back the funds. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our Prime Minister, we got it back. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes the other side are so deceiving, because they will go and pretend and make people believe that it was we who lost the funds. When it was stated that because we did not use the funds and the UK was unsure of their situation, they took it back. Now, Mr. Speaker, we got back the funds from the UKSIF. And in only just over a year, we are now preparing to do infrastructure works that will involve digging up the road from by the St. George's area to as far as Moy Bishop International Airport. And Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that the main roads will be disrupted. So what do we do as a Cairn government and as a government of vision? Mr. Speaker, we started to work on the Gulf Coast bypass roads. So that in the event, Mr. Speaker, that the main roads are disrupted, people can deviate and use the alternative roads to traverse and to go where they want to go. Mr. Speaker, these road projects are just a few examples of the tangible progress we are making in the constituency of St. George South. Our focus on infrastructure is part of a broader effort to improve the lives of our citizens, create economic opportunities, and build a stronger, more prosperous future for all. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to prioritize the needs of our people and work tirelessly to ensure that every community has access, resources, and opportunities it deserves. Mr. Speaker, the constituency of St. George South is the largest in terms of number of people. And with that comes a great responsibility to ensure that every citizen have access to safe, dignified, and secure housing. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that under this administration, we have made significant strides in addressing the housing needs of our people. Mr. Speaker, in 2024 alone, we provided over 100 housing assistance to the people of St. George South. Mr. Speaker, you see, this is not just about building structures, it's about transforming lives, creating stability, and offering hope for the future. But our commitment to housing goes beyond the board and the walls of a home, Mr. Speaker. We have worked hard to ensure that our people are not only provided with shelter, but with a livable, functional environment. Mr. Speaker, before, the norm was when someone comes for housing assistance, you give them a house, and that's it. Mr. Speaker, but our Prime Minister made it clear that if we are giving someone housing assistance or we are building a house for someone, we must treat them with dignity. So therefore, every house we build, we ensure that they have an inside bathroom and toilet. But Mr. Speaker, let me go further again. We ensure that the plumbing is taken care of. And we ensure that the electrical is taken care of also. But also, Mr. Speaker, we ensure that it is painted so that it will look lovely. If you look and you go and you see the grey and white houses, you will know it came from us. Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard to ensure that our people are taken care of in the best possible way. Beyond the construction of our homes, we are also focused on creating jobs and empowering our youth. Mr. Speaker, we have provided employment opportunities for young men in our communities. And when I say employment, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about real jobs, not Imani jobs. Real jobs, Mr. Speaker. And not Imani jobs where you're making $700 a month for 15 years. That's not what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, we are giving them the chance to contribute to these projects and develop valuable skills in the process. Mr. Speaker, as I speak here this afternoon, there's a young man by the name of John F. Fletcher, who is in the audience right here. Mr. Speaker, this young man in his 20s came to me. Mr. Speaker, and we worked with him. Mr. Speaker, I went to Night Soto, got a ransom, gifted it to the young man, and not just gifted it to him, Mr. Speaker, he worked to pay back the money that was used to purchase it. And Mr. Speaker, this young man right there, Mr. Speaker, is not building houses, doing roads, Mr. Speaker, and he's not a lazy young man. As a matter of fact, he's mobilizing young fellas from the Limes community to join him in the efforts. Mr. Speaker, that is what you call transforming lives. Sure. Sometimes we blame the young men when they're on the block, lime is smoking and so, Mr. Speaker, but what opportunities are there for them? Imani? Mr. Speaker, we know Imani is just a vote. You have nothing to do. So you take them, you put them in a program and say, all right, vote for me, because I give you something. And you have been working for 10, 15 years. Mr. Speaker, imagine that. And you say you care for people, and you save our hands, and you come to rescue us. Mr. Speaker, who are they really rescuing? Anyway, we get to that just now. Mr. Speaker, over 200 persons were given the opportunity to be placed in various job positions between the ages of 18 to 55 in my constituency. I'm talking about painters, construction workers, electricians, plumbers, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we also tried our best to work with the businesses in the South to provide jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, our leadership, and I want you to listen up, our leadership has no discrimination. As we believe in teaching you how to fish instead of always giving you a fish all the time. Mr. Speaker, I am motivated by a desire to bring empowerment to all, regardless of the political affiliation or wherever they have been. And Mr. Speaker, I was so motivated when I saw 2 Sundays back, when I looked at the crowd we had in Boucherjou. And I saw how much people I was on the other side, Mr. Speaker, is now seeing the love and is joining the NDC. Mr. Speaker, it's just a joy. My cousin Deslin, you're welcome. Mr. Speaker, the young men who are on the block, who might previously have been labeled as time wasters, and the youths who were once incarcerated, and the mother who fell victim to teenage pregnancy, the school dropout, the mentally challenged are all part of my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and I want to empower all of them. Mr. Speaker, let me go a step further. We are now helping young men to grow or to start businesses, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that they have the tools to become self-sufficient and build their futures. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about building houses, but also building opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say that sometimes we come to the House of Parliament and we get in an argument and debate about ministries and so. But Mr. Speaker, let me just say this, we are in the House of Parliament and we are elected by the people. And we're supposed to be working for the people, Mr. Speaker, and with the people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I intend to address my people of the South first. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that this is a government that treats its people with dignity. In the past, many who were left out to wait far too long, their concerns were ignored. But under this administration, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action. And Grenada, you now have a government that treats its citizens with respect and the care they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's a lot to do, but I want to assure everyone, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to be working hard. And Mr. Speaker, the work we are doing today is just the beginning. And together, we will continue to build a future that is brighter and more prosperous for all. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important aspects of any community is ensuring that our people feel safe, particularly in the evening hours when dark falls. Mr. Speaker, as part of our commitment to making the South more safe, Mr. Speaker, and brighter for everyone, we have taken a decisive action to install solar lights in key areas across our constituency. Mr. Speaker, the installation of solar lights in areas like Guankai, Cali School, Grandans Beach, BBC Beach, Grandans Vendors Market. Mr. Speaker, after Beryl, I was proud to know that the area of Guankai, which the last administration neglected, was able to have lights, Mr. Speaker, and it was because the solar light was installed. Mr. Speaker, this has been a major step forward in improving public safety and lighting up our communities. These lights not only provide essential visibility in public spaces, but they also help to reduce crime. Mr. Speaker, improve traffic safety and create an environment where our residents and visitors can feel more safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, but solar lights are not just a practical solution. They are a sustainable one. By harnessing the power of the sun, we reduce our reliance on traditional energy sources, which is better for the environment and helps lower costs in the long run. This is yet another way we are moving forward as a community that values sustainability and progress. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not just stopping there. We intend to expand our efforts and install even more solar lights in other areas throughout the South. We want to ensure that every community has access to proper lighting, every street is safer to walk, and everyone feels secure in their own neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, our goal is simple: to build a community that is not only bright with opportunities, but also safe and welcoming for all. Mr. Speaker, for years, the people of the South have been calling out for one thing: the lighting of our playing fields. Mr. Speaker, so that our young athletes, families, and communities can come together and enjoy sports and recreation after the sun sets. Today, I'm proud to announce that after 2.5 years of dedicated work, this administration has made that vision a reality. We have successfully lit the playing fields at Montrouge, at Springs, and the Lines. 3 key locations that have long been the heart of our community of sporting activities. Mr. Speaker, far too long, people have been forced to wait for daylight to engage in their favorite sport or spend time with their families. But now, we have night football, we have night cricket at the Montrouge, at the Lime, at Springs. And I cannot tell you how proud I am to see these fields come to light. Mr. Speaker, this is what progress looks like. This is how we bring communities together. I also had the privilege of sponsoring 6 competitions, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about cricket, football, basketball, Mr. Speaker. Competitions that may have not only brought excitement, but have also given our young athletes the opportunity to showcase their talents on the field. Mr. Speaker, and let me be clear, I have every intention of sponsoring even more competitions this year, so that our people, especially the youths, can have more opportunities to play and compete and grow. So, Mr. Speaker, after a hard day's work, people no longer have to head straight home, but unlock themselves indoors, but they can go out, relax, and engage, Mr. Speaker, in some good recreational activities. Mr. Speaker, this is what it means to invest in our people. This is what it means to invest in the future. And Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning. We will continue to work hard to push forward and to ensure that every corner of South St. George has the opportunities and resources it needs to strive. Mr. Speaker, when I say Gary may be smiling in his grave, I don't know if you think I'm joking. But, Mr. Speaker, for 50 years, the Grandlands basketball court, Mr. Speaker, in 1973, 74, Gary was the one who put that court there. And Mr. Speaker, for decades, the Grandlands basketball court sat in disrepair. Mr. Speaker, this space was once a vibrant hub for young athletes. It remained unused and it deteriorated with time, while generations of young men and women missed out on the opportunity to come together and showcase their talents. Mr. Speaker, but in 2024, this administration took action. We did not simply talk about change, we made it happen. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that we have refurbished the Grandlands basketball court, restoring it to its former glory, and no longer will it sit in neglect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but it stands as a true testament to the power of the community, the resilience and the promise of brighter opportunities for our youths. Mr. Speaker, in the past year alone, I have had the privilege to sponsor more than 4 basketball competitions. Mr. Speaker, these events brought together the young men and women from across the community, giving them the platform to showcase their talent, Mr. Speaker. And it was incredible to see the energy, the excitement and teamwork that filled the court. Mr. Speaker, but this is just the beginning again. We just started. I am committed to sponsoring even more, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Grandlands Basketball Court is not just a place to play, but it is a place where our young people can build confidence, learn valuable skills, and create lasting memories, Mr. Speaker. It's a space where dreams can be nurtured and where the next generation of leaders, athletes, and role models can rise. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we will continue to invest in our youth and communities. This refurbished court is a symbol of what happens when we invest in our people. Mr. Speaker, for years, the License Center building in Dusty Area has been in a state of disrepair. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you wonder, I know last person that there was steel. Mr. Speaker, I know if the steel was too heavy, he couldn't move. But Mr. Speaker, it's just sad. Mr. Speaker, I make it my duty, get up 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and just drive around my constituency to see what is there to be done. Because, Mr. Speaker, I made a commitment to the people that if you elected me, I will do just that. And Mr. Speaker, originally, that space was used as a garage, and the building was left in a deplorable condition. And despite its location of being key in the community, it served no real purpose. Only, Mr. Speaker, to license the vehicle and so on. Mr. Speaker, this building is still being used by the police for licensing purposes. But the condition of the structure is far from acceptable. Last year, the police officers reached out to me, highlighting the poor conditions and the need for urgent assistance. Upon hearing the concerns, I knew something had to be done. So I immediately took action. Mr. Speaker, since then, I'm proud to report that the refurbishment of the building is well underway. Mr. Speaker, we removed junk, cleaned up the garbage, and replaced the roof. Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning again. I want to stress on that. Mr. Speaker, but there's more to the story. After seeing the potential of this building and recognizing the growing healthcare needs of our community, I spoke to the Minister of Health to express my vision for turning this space into a proper medical facility. Mr. Speaker, this facility will serve the people of St. George South, offering a much needed health service in the area. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure Dr. Modeste will agree with me that our health is our wealth, and we must invest in it. Mr. Speaker, we have already taken steps to improve the services at our current medical facility by ensuring that doctors are available from Monday to Friday. But this new facility, Mr. Speaker, will be a major step forward in improving the healthcare accessibility for our residents. Mr. Speaker, with this new facility, we will not only provide better healthcare, but we will also create a more accessible, convenient, and sustainable healthcare option for the people of St. George South. Mr. Speaker, this is about ensuring that people don't have to travel long distances to wait for medical attention. It's about making sure that everyone, regardless of where they live, have access to health care. But also, Mr. Speaker, the building is so big that we can even extend the services of having beds there that people can stay overnight. Mr. Speaker, the refurbishment of the License Center is just one part of a larger effort to ensure that health, safety, and prosperity of our community is maximized. Mr. Speaker, I am committed to seeing this project through and ensuring that the people of the South have the facilities they deserve. Mr. Speaker, on July 1st, 2024, disaster struck. Mr. Speaker, that's when we had Hurricane Beryl. When disaster struck, it was clear that our community, our island, needed more than just words of comfort. Mr. Speaker, we needed action, support, and unity. Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly what we saw from this administration and our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, but what motivated me was the outpouring of love, selflessness, and solidarity from our people who came together to assist. Mr. Speaker, to all the volunteers who joined in the efforts to clean up after the storm, I want to extend my deepest thanks. Mr. Speaker, whether you help clear debris, clean homes, or provided support in any way, Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell them that the action made a difference in the lives of those who were affected. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone who assisted the people of St. Patrick and St. Mark. Mr. Speaker, those communities were mostly affected, and they faced challenges during the aftermath of Beryl a lot. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, I must acknowledge the remarkable individuals who went above and beyond by traveling to Carriacou every weekend to assist with the cleaning and restoration efforts. Mr. Speaker, to those who did so, I want to say to them that you didn't just give your time, but you gave a piece of your heart to restore what was lost. Mr. Speaker, this is more than just an act of service. When we witnessed, or what we witnessed, was the love for country and the love for our brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker. It is a reminder that as a people we stand together in times of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, it is proof in Grenada that we are our brother's keeper. We rise to the occasion and we support each other and we ensure that no one is left behind. Even Peter. Mr. Speaker, on the behalf of the government and people of the South, I want to say thank you. Thank you for showing what true community spirit looks like. Thank you for making our country proud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, together we are stronger when we are together, and we will continue to rebuild and restore as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I remember it vividly. I was sitting at the airport in Carriacou after Hurricane Beryl passed, witnessing the devastation that the storm had left in its wake, but rather feeling despair, Mr. Speaker. I was filled with a sense of purpose, and I thought, how can we build not just houses, but something more? Something that will stand the test of time. Something that will protect families for generations to come. It was as if the answer came to me through divine intervention. Because, as fate would have it, an engineer was sitting right beside me. Mr. Speaker, together we began to discuss how we could create a solution, a design that would be more durable to withstand the forces of nature. It was right there in that moment, Mr. Speaker, that the concept of Build Back Better was born. Mr. Speaker, we envisioned a structure that combined the warmth of a boathouse with the strength and resilience of a concrete frame. We propose a parapet roof, Mr. Speaker, that will make it hurricane resistant. One that will protect families when the winds came howling and the rains poured down. Mr. Speaker, we knew it wouldn't be easy, but we also knew it was necessary. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges of land and title issues and a shortage of labor, Mr. Speaker, we press forward. Mr. Speaker, and here we are today, having completed, Mr. Speaker, and in construction, almost completed, Mr. Speaker, or a near completion of 98 houses, Mr. Speaker, that stands as a testimony or the testament to the success of this vision. Mr. Speaker, but that's not all. We are also able to repair 46 homes, giving those families the shelter they need and the peace of mind they deserve. Mr. Speaker, through the Build Back Better, we have created more than just homes. We have created opportunities. Over 50 contractors, including builders, painters, plumbers, electricians, have been employed and given the chance to work, contribute, and support their families. Mr. Speaker, but more than that, we have given them an opportunity to grow. Mr. Speaker, by working closely with financial institutions, we are not just building houses, we are empowering contractors to become business owners. Mr. Speaker, they are learning how to attach themselves to financing options that will help them grow their own businesses, build their own legacies, and contribute to the economy in a new and sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, Build Back Better is not just about construction. It's about rebuilding lives, creating jobs, and providing a brighter future for all of us. It's about resilience, it's about strength, and most importantly, it's about community. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we continue to face challenges, but with each challenge, we also find new solutions. Mr. Speaker, and together, we will keep building back stronger, more resilient, and more united than ever before. Mr. Speaker, we are our brother's keeper. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, it's all about love. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to publicly, at this time, Mr. Speaker, show my willingness to offer my support, Mr. Speaker, to the NMP to build back the house even stronger. Mr. Speaker, but the first issue is this. Build Back Better needs 9 pillars. Mr. Speaker, they only have 4. Mr. Speaker, well, not 4, say 3.5 because 1 is kind of odd already. Mr. Speaker, as a caring administration, we want to tell the other side that they can count on us for advice, for support, in whatever way you can, Mr. Speaker. And I see my friend Dr. Modesta smiling away. You're welcome. Mr. Speaker, my government believes that investing in recreational and community spaces, it can contribute to positive social experiences, promoting team building, collaboration, and of course promoting active lifestyles through sporting and playful activities. This is why, Mr. Speaker, we have invested over $500,000 to assist with the repairs of 9 basketball courts throughout the island. Mr. Speaker, repairs such as court resurfacing, installation of basketball uprights, electrical works, and painting were done to the following basketball courts: Marquis, St. David, Cherry Hill, Grandance, Montmorris, Willis, Boca, River Road, Monjaloo, and SAS. Mr. Speaker, we did this after approximately 3 years in office. Mr. Speaker, In addition to basketball court, the ministry plans to invest in play parks throughout various rural communities, teaming up with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Mr. Speaker, we started collaboration in the St. Andrew to see the realization of a play park at Pearls. To date, the government of Grenada has invested over $195,000 in this park and envisioned its completion in the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, under the Visible Transformation Project, otherwise referred to as the VTP, the MIT has collaborated with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, the Royal Grenada Police Force, Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority, and Planning and Development Authority to tag over 400 vehicles throughout Grenada, and plans to ramp up collection this year to improve not only the aesthetics, but community health and reduce traffic obstruction on our roadways. Mr. Speaker, according to the data from Solid Waste for the year 2024, 456 vehicles were collected. Mr. Speaker, this year, the Develop program has resumed, and a total of 132 vehicles have already been tagged in the parish of St. Patrick's. Mr. Speaker, I must encourage at this point our citizens to be more responsible in their efforts and to keep our community clean. Mr. Speaker, this is a good time once again for us to remember why MIT was set up. Mr. Speaker, the MIT was set up to accelerate the implementation of government projects. The MIT was set up to bring an end to the state of affairs in which badly needed projects were stuck in the pipeline. MIT was set up to unblock the pipeline, Mr. Speaker. And as stated before, the people of Grenada were facing the prospect of losing millions of dollars in development aid that were already committed to the state of Grenada, but were going to be lost due to the incompetence of the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, today I stand on the record of my ministry. Mr. Speaker, we have acted in a productive and collaborative way with other government ministries and agencies, not just to rescue projects that were at risk, but also to accelerate their implementation. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of working with a team of talented, dedicated, and patriotic Grenadians. Mr. Speaker, I have to repeat that line. I have the privilege of working with a team of talented, dedicated, and patriotic Grenadians. We are a small group, Mr. Speaker, a small group. But guess what? But we are punching above our weight. Mr. Speaker, every day we wake up with a deep, renewed sense of urgency to do something meaningful to improve the lives of the people of our country. Mr. Speaker, we come to work with a deep and renewed sense of urgency to shorten delivery times and deliver real help whether it is housing, health, infrastructure, or other areas. As a ministry, we are aware that as a result of our performance, we have been given more work to do. We welcome the challenge, and we are taking steps to expand our capacity with increased training in project management as well as fast-tracking project implementation. Mr. Speaker, in the coming year, we will improve our ability to compress timelines without adding extra costs. In cases where implementation schedules need to be reconfigured, we will do so. Our work will be guided by 3 words: efficiency, efficiency, and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, being given the mandate to be the driver for increased, effective, and efficient project, program, and policy implementation, we remain steadfast in our commitment to elevate through these mediums the quality of life for the citizens of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, when MIT wins, Grenada wins. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this year's budget, you will see MIT were given approximately 6 World Bank projects. And they did not start with us. But again, Mr. Speaker, this is a mandate of MIT. Mr. Speaker, one of the projects is the UBEC project. That is unleashing the blue economy to strengthen the enabling environment for the blue economy, economic recovery and resilience of selected coastal assets. Mr. Speaker, we also have a project called the OECS Regional Health Project, which, Mr. Speaker, will enable us to help our primary healthcare facilities to boost their capacity. Mr. Speaker, another project is called the Data for Decision-Making Project, which is designed to enhance the statistical systems of government within the OECS. Mr. Speaker, another project is one called the GRIP, which is Grenada Resilience Improvement Project. It is financed by the World Bank, and you're talking about approximately $50 million US. Mr. Speaker, that project entails improving the coastline of Maki and Soubise. Also, Mr. Speaker, when you have heavy rainfall, the Baltazar Bridge always floods. This project, Mr. Speaker, will be addressing the issue at the Baltazar Bridge. Mr. Speaker, we have made progress so that work can start on that bridge in October of this year. Mr. Speaker, you also have the OECS Regional Tourism Project. That is a project at Fort George, Mr. Speaker. Again, that project was on the book since August of 2017, and there was no implementation. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg you for five extra minutes. 10? No, 5 extra after the 10. I'm begging now.
No, please finish your 10 and come back to me.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, I just made a point that the last 2 budget debates I finished early, so I should be given. But Mr. Speaker, the project at Fort George was on the book since August of 2017 and nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, it took this administration to move this project. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there was someone who was involved with the other administration side, and we all had a meeting, and they said the reason why this project did not move is because the previous administration said that this project cannot be done. Mr. Speaker, what we did, we brought all the players together, and we discussed how to move it forward. And Mr. Speaker, today, we are talking about this project being ending in June or September of this year. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a point, Mr. Speaker, because I see the opposition. I know we are having some talks, and I see they are attacking MIT left, right, and center, Mr. Speaker. But I don't think they understand the concept of MIT, Mr. Speaker. The same way, Mr. Speaker, last year I can remember you was talking about equity and so, Mr. Speaker. And when you hear they get them to talk, I said to myself, these people do not even understand what equity means. Mr. Speaker, the same way, Mr. Speaker, they are coming in Parliament, but they came yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, they don't even understand what it means when we talk about a current account surplus. Mr. Speaker, they said it means nothing. Let me just drink some water on that. Mr. Speaker, let me break it down in the simplest form because I want them to listen and understand. And when they come back to the House, Mr. Speaker, make more sense. My teacher in SGU was one by the name, I don't know if you all know him, Lennox Andrews, and they call him Toes. But Mr. Speaker, imagine you're working for $3,000, Mr. Speaker. That's your income. Imagine your expense, your rent, your groceries also, Mr. Speaker. Your expense is $1,000. That's your expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, your surplus is your revenue minus your expenditure. That's it. Right? So let me tell you, your revenue or your surplus is now $2,000. 3 minus 1, $2,000. So, Mr. Speaker, Let's say over the years you accumulate some surplus. Let's say about $40,000 in the bank. But then you want to buy a vehicle for $50,000. Mr. Speaker, will you go and take all the money in the bank and scrape it up to buy the vehicle? No, Mr. Speaker. What you will do, you say, here what? Let me take a loan to buy the vehicle. Mr. Speaker, the vehicle is called a capital expenditure, or what we call CAPEX in the budget. Mr. Speaker, let's go again. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the overall deficit, let me tell you what we're talking about. 3,000 minus 1,000 give you 2,000, and if you take the vehicle into consideration, which is the capital expenditure of 50,000, you will get 48,000 deficit. But Mr. Speaker, your surplus shows your ability to pay. If you go for a loan in the bank and you cannot pay, you will not get the loan. Mr. Speaker, deficit budget. Let's look at deficit budget before grants, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, your deficit of $250 million. In 2017, your deficit of $96.8 million. In 2020, a deficit of $72 million. In 2021, a deficit of $281 million. In 2023, a deficit of $272 million. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't know that, or the public wouldn't know that, because at that time you had no opposition. Mr. Speaker, the same way, Mr. Speaker, they are good talkers, eh? If you know, and you follow them blindly, they will lead you astray. The same way, Mr. Speaker, the same group of people was trying to convince workers not to accept the minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, people are working for $700 and $800 a month doing an 8-hour shift. Are you convincing them not to accept an increase in salary? Why? If you take it, what will happen? Workers go lay off. All kind of scare tactics. Mr. Speaker, the minimum wage was passed. What happened? Let's go again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the same people that voted against stiffer penalties for firearm offenders. Mr. Speaker, these people say that they have safer hands, Mr. Speaker, and they quote scripture every day. Mr. Speaker, they come to Parliament and sit down and listen, and they're quoting this and that and this and all kind of things, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we saw a number of roads given to one specific contractor. Mr. Speaker, those roads are called feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, tell me when Library Road is a feeder road. Tell me when Willis Road is a feeder road. Anyway, let's go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I get to what, tell me. I was trying to take it easy. Mr. Speaker, whenever you want bid for a road, about 60 million in the 60s, because that was the ceiling, and so the Ministry of Infrastructure at the time, their own costing. One company, Mr. Speaker, bid $46.8 million, and they were awarded the contract. Mr. Speaker, you need no cabinet conclusion for that. You know, right? Mr. Speaker, 6 months after, the contract amount moved from $46.8 million to $89 million. Mr. Speaker, how? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, these roads included the Willis Road and a number of roads, Library Road too. Mr. Speaker, so when I see them now playing politics with the Willis Road, Mr. Speaker, I say, according to the Calypsonian beast, oh Lord, wolves in sheep clothing. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2021, and I'm glad my friend Dr. Modest come. You come just in time. Because I remember Dr. Modest was hunting this little hotspot boy. Call us like a children. We no budget. Right? But today, You see us teaching you.
Honorable MP, I wish to advise that you don't call names.
No problem.
We fought 2 members by the constituencies.
Okay, well, MP of St. Mark. Mr. Speaker, the MP of St. Mark was hunting me down. Sending me email after 3 in the morning because she wanted to know what to remove the VAT on, Mr. Speaker. So they came to me in 2021 to find out what to remove VAT on, to come in budget, to pass it in budget, Mr. Speaker. So let me tell you, and you can see for yourself, yeah, you think this, that. My biggest seller in hotspot was saltfish. VAT was removed on saltfish. Cheese. Oil, Mr. Speaker. Turkey wings, split peas, Mr. Speaker. Those items came from me. So, Mr. Speaker, we were contributing to the budget long before we were in government. Mr. Speaker, let me make this point again. I thank our Prime Minister for the $10,000 in parliamentary allowance. But, Mr. Speaker, if you notice, we know it could be more. But not one member, Mr. Speaker, on the opposition side spoke anything about what they did for the communities. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, when people go to them, you know what is being said? Oh, they are not in office. So go to the people who are in office. Mr. Speaker, everyone is getting the same allowance. Mr. Speaker, I hear people, except the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I hear people with laptops, with groceries, with gas, with doctor bill, Mr. Speaker, all the time. Mr. Speaker, and that is because my heart is for the people of my constituency and Grenada. Mr. Speaker, MIT started with only $1.89 million at 2022 budget for 2023. Mr. Speaker, today, MIT, 2 years later, our approved budget in 2025 is $47 million. Mr. Speaker, do you know why? Because the reward for good work is more work. Mr. Speaker, I cannot leave here today without saying that we continue to deliver on our campaign promises. Just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, the paying of the pension, check. Mr. Speaker, bi-monthly salary payment, which they say, Mr. Speaker, couldn't be done, check. Mr. Speaker, national minimum wage, check. Mr. Speaker, free education to Tamsisi and Euro, check. Mr. Speaker, cost-effective travel between Grenada and Carriacou, check. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the creative economy, check. Mr. Speaker, and for 2025, let me just name a few, because the way when they're talking, it might kind of get lost because you might kind of suck into what they're saying, which is not true. Mr. Speaker, 4.1% increase in GDP, check. $1.6 million investment in geothermal and solar upgrades, check. $10 million for Project 500, check. $50 million for his housing soft loan program, check. $23.6 million for healthcare, check. Mr. Speaker, time check. Can I get 5 more minutes? Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP, 5 more minutes is granted.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, $36.9 million for the blue economy, check. Mr. Speaker, $44 million for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, check. Mr. Speaker, $32 million for agriculture, check. Mr. Speaker, $183 million for education, check. Mr. Speaker, $1.5 million for free tuition program, check. 147 houses under construction under Build Back Better, check. Million in concessions for family, check. Millions for support for farmers, check. New police headquarters, check. And not forgetting the police officers who protect us every day, check. Pay and grade, check. Pay and grade, check. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the House, the budget we lay before you is not merely a collection of numbers. It represented our unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, as we embark on this transformative journey, we all call upon our citizens and partners to join with us in the pursuit of this vision, ensuring that our collective efforts lead to meaningful outcomes for our communities. Together, let us continue to forge a pathway towards sustained national development that echoes with the hopes and dreams of every Grenadian. Mr. Speaker, this is our time, a time for transformation, a time to build a brighter and more prosperous Grenada for all. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me, Mr. Speaker, to present in this House today. I want to take this opportunity to thank my parliamentary staff for all the hard work. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting emotional now, Mr. Speaker, my MIT staff, Mr. Speaker, because they all go beyond the call of duty. Mr. Speaker, when you work with me, you can work with anybody else. Because I will call you 2, 3 in the morning once I know you're up. And Mr. Speaker, these people, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, they are not doing it for money. They are doing it for the love. And even though I get a praise at time, because when they say MIT, they think it's Andy. Even though I get a praise at time, Mr. Speaker, it is a wonderful staff that I have that contribute to my success and our government's success. So thank you very much.
Thank you to Honorable Member for the South of St. George. I think we have come to the point. By my watch, it's 25 minutes gone past 1. So we are going to take the lunch break here, I propose, and we resume back in this House 1 hour later to hopefully complete the presentations and debates in the House. This House now is in recess for lunch.